Guys, welcome back to the stream. This is Arriagada coming to you live from Bourbon Street Billiards here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We're at 241 Vaughan Street, and we're here for the 2025 Manitoba Provincial Snooker Championship. It is a 3-day event starting yesterday, May 17th, running until tomorrow, May 19th. We're now on day 2, and we're in the quarterfinals. And this is match between Blake Martel and Frank HRUBER. They're tied at 1 in a best of 7, and well, they're still playing here in frame number 3. And let me just get things set up here and adjusted. Where's my oops, sorry, there was 10. 10 reds left on the board. And the colors, of course. The timer is continuous, so we haven't missed out anything on the timer. I believe this would be the first set of points. No, it looks like Blake has 14 at the moment. And his opponent has 8, 9. All right, so that's been adjusted, and now Blake's making his points there, so he's at 20 flat. Not happy about the way things are going so far at the day moment. You know, that's the way snooker goes. Sometimes things work out great, and sometimes you get challenged quite a bit. Great lead for sure, and deep in the pocket. No opportunity here really for Frank to be able to do anything except for just play the hit. He's going to try to get that cue ball back up table to where he's standing, though. He needs to get a good lead out of this. Especially because from the distance and the contact point that he's got to make here on the red, it's going to open things up a little bit. He's going to want to make sure that he sets this up the proper way. And that worked out pretty good. I mean, Blake still has some peaks of the red, but good. Cue ball's going to bounce out in the open. Not a lot of opportunity, but there's a small chance here, Frank, to be able to pot this red on the right. Although I don't think he'll take that shot on. I just don't. He seems like a disciplined player. He is more aggressive than the average snooker player. But I just don't think he'll take it on. Although it looks like he's trying to. No, he wasn't. Trying to get a good lead out of it, and looks like he's going to leave an open opportunity here for Blake. It's a best of 7 frames, so the first player to win 4 frames wins the match. Just unfortunate there to leave that red available to the side like he did. Now Blake's going to try to take advantage of this opportunity. Got the options here for the brown or the green. The green will take him towards red that's sitting next to him on the left side of the table. Brown will take him up the middle, which is probably best. He can play off 2 rails to get back into the middle, or 2 cushions. He'll play just straight up. Inside spin, as long as it gets up. He'll have a good chance here. Four points for the brown and 1 for the red, making it 5 points on top. That's him at 26, sorry. Decent angle on the blue now. Not sure if it's enough for him to be able to stun up to open up the red some more, but he can definitely draw off this. Be able to get set up for another red. He can also follow it up for another red. Just gonna follow it up. Good stroke. Cue ball keeps rolling up. Has to open up the reds a little bit more here on this shot. It's not going to open up quite like he wanted to, but he still has a follow-up shot, so he's in a good position. It's going to have to play, excuse me, red-pink or red-blue all the way through, it looks like, until he gets to that black ball. The one time he didn't want to run into a ball, he was trying to run into the pack. He missed the pack, ran into the red. That's going to make it a little bit more challenging. So I'm going to stop using this ball chamber too, because I get into the match and then I lose the track of the chamber. That's a good play right there. Really good play. Oh, Black's at 37, not 38. Just make contact. Have to play safe from this angle, getting the cue ball back up towards that black, brown, yellow, and green. He's just gonna play a slow roll shot right back and force Blake into that spot instead. And Blake's got a little bit better of an angle, but he still has to watch out not to run into any of the colors, which will leave the reds available. That's not bad. Still gives him a bit of an opportunity here, but it's going to be a very difficult pot. I'm thinking he's just going to play a shot to nowhere, or he might just try to play the safe. Well, he hit it, and he was definitely putting some pace on that cue ball, but fortunately for him, nothing really bad came out of this. Actually worked out decent. No, Blake will have a shot at the corner on a two-way or a shot to nowhere. To make that shot, though, he needs that cue ball to slow down. It's going to give him a back cut on this black, which I don't know if he's going to take it. I mean, the points are precious for sure, but he's in a decent spot right now, although his opponent can easily make up these points. There are a difference here. What is it, 28 points? Oh, 29 point difference. Yeah, so he's going to go for it. Six reds remaining. 45-9. Game of patience, this one right now. I think it was more about the lead than making the shot. I mean, he's going to actually leave a shot here on this red ball. It's not a direct shot to the side pocket, but it's a very makeable shot to the side pocket. He can also just not make the shot to the side pocket and send the red back down. So I'm thinking he's going to go for the shot to the side. Yeah, why not? It's there. Green for three. Gonna set up for the pink ball here. Good for 6 more points. It's starting to get a little bit more comfortable now. It usually takes the average snooker player about 40 minutes to an hour to kind of get into a groove. Unless you're one of those snooker players that plays every day all the time, then you don't really need that much time to warm up and get into a groove. But from my experience, no matter how much you train, it seems like you always need a good at least 30 minutes before you get into a good groove and you can start feeling the shots better. Seven more points will make it 64. He's gonna turn the table over, but he's got good control at the moment on the scoreboard. His opponent kind of needs to get going here. I believe there's 51 points on the board right now. So he's gonna need a safe. Went for the shot again. And they're gonna scrap that one. Blake takes the lead. And this third frame, it's now 2-1. I think what I'll do is I'll use the ball chamber every second frame. That's what I'll do. Because I like it, you know. I don't know if I should just leave it on there. I even like the way it just looks up there. Nah, we'll leave it on the open. All right, so they're doing a quick break. That's going to give me a chance to do a little bit of camera work. I'm going to get going on that right now. Sorry, I forgot to stop the timer too, so I'll stop the timer right now. Gonna do a little bit of camera work still, so I'm working on that right now. Just waiting for them to come back. 1 and 3. It's almost there, but not quite. Well, maybe from this way it's not that bad. It's gonna have to work for now. Okay, and that's this one, so that's 3. If we're about to resume. We'll resume the clock right away too. Trying to get my other camera going, but I can't get it going for some reason. I'm trying to get top angle camera too, but it's not right there. This is probably what it's going to look like. That camera went down too. Nice shot, Blake. $14 nil. Six points for the pink will make it 21. It's got a nice little setup here now. Didn't quite get the angle that he wanted on this pink ball, because ideally you want to be able to set up for the next red by going forward, so you can get set up with the black ball after that. But the way he's set up here, it looks like he's gonna have to take an intentional run to that red next on the left side of the pink. He's looking at all his options now because he's kind of limited, and even if he runs into that red, he still needs to kind of go forward a little bit. Needs a good push off this red if he's going to play into the red. And it's going to be decent. Good option. Smart decision to follow through on that one. He couldn't really get back onto the higher colors, so he had to go to the lower ones to try to create an angle to get back onto the red. So you kind of sacrifice a few points in order to get more. Oh, and he's just gonna miss that nice little stroke on the two. He would have been tied up now. Now, if he had made it, I think he still would have been tied up. Well, no, I got the wrong score here, so it's 44 for Blake. Or are they trying to figure out? They're trying to figure out what the points are. Yeah, well, I don't know. He's got it at 21, so I got to go with their score, whatever their score is, but I'm pretty sure he got 29 on that one. So usually when you're playing snooker, especially at the competitive level, professional level, they usually have a referee, and that referee is always calling out the points as they're going along. In this case here, they don't have the referee for that, so they're just they're going off the opponent's memory, and the player that's shooting usually is so focused on shooting that they don't keep track of everything they made. And if you try to keep track of every ball that you made, every color that you made, and every red ball that you made, you lose a little bit of focus off the shots you're making in front of you. So technically, like most players when they play snooker, they don't really think too much about the colors and their points. They just try to get the cue ball going and just try to get rid of all the reds. Oh, he didn't want to run into that blue ball. That's going to give Blake a bit of a chance here to strike out this red on the right. Not much room for a shape, though, so I'm not sure if he's going to want to go for it. And by shape, I mean position. But it is tending to take on this red. Nice little pot from Blake. Ideally, he wants to get set up for that red that's sitting near the left side middle pocket. Or any one of the reds at the bottom near the black, but he didn't get either one of them. And he's got a very difficult cut on the one red that's sitting more towards the middle of the pocket or the middle of the table. But it's an extremely tough cut. And if you go for it and you don't make it, because you have to play it with soft base to be able to make it, you're likely going to leave that red over the pocket. So I don't think he takes a chance here. I'm assuming he's going to play a safety. And I was right. Well, and Frank's been the more aggressive player, and he started off really strong in the first frame. But now he's got to be feeling a little bit of pressure because his opponent's ahead of him by one. Watch out for this cue ball. It's going to the pocket. It's going to be a scratch. Ball in hand in the D section or behind the ball plane. Another aggressive shot, but I mean, it wasn't too aggressive because the shot was makeable. I just didn't know what he was going to do for a color afterwards because the black wasn't available. The pink was going to be difficult to get onto. And everything else is just challenging on the top of the table. But he found a small window here towards that pink. You can see here, you can see that shot on the pink for sure. But if you commit to making it and you don't make it, then you're in trouble. Showing some discipline here, just trying to keep things calm. And every time he takes a red off the table, that kind of slows down his opponent from being able to get back into the match. He's got 30. 74 points required for a player to be able to win the frame. But every time that a player pots a red and doesn't make a color, those numbers come down. Oh, and what a cut. Beautiful cut from Frank Huber, and he's going to have a shot or a follow-up. A couple different options. I'm thinking the green is probably the best option because it's straightest, but it doesn't help him off with this table. The yellow ball actually helps him a little bit more, but it's a gamble. If you don't make it, you're going to open things up for your opponent. Yeah, and he's just set for the points. Three for the green and one for the red makes it 4 points. Very nice pot again. Makes the brown for an extra 4 points, putting him at 9. It's got a shot on the red to the side pocket. It's also got the red on the corner, which he's aiming at right now. Trying to get set up for the black ball here, and he's going to get a shot at it. Chance to open up the reds a bit more, though he doesn't have to, but he might lean into one just to try to control the cue ball a little bit. Oh, he just went for the shot. Down by 13 now. Really nice little position set up here. I'm thinking he's gonna have to settle for the pink. We'll see what he does. He's gonna put some extra pace on this one, trying to get set up on the left side of the reds now. Good for 6. Down by 6. A little bit off here on the shot. He's gonna have to follow this up with that red that's on the very bottom of our screen. Wonder if he can play off the right cushion and back across. Oh. He got onto that red though. He's already walking around to the other side of the table as that black or as that red ball is rolling in. Thought he might have missed it. Takes the lead by 2 now. Oh, and he finally had a chance to get that frame under his belt, and he's gonna miss the shot. Up by 2, and it's Blake Martel's turn to shoot. I have 32. I have 32 for that run. Gonna miss the pink, shaping up for the red. And he's gonna give Frank a chance here at this red. Which, if he just pots it, that's gonna help him control a little bit here on the scoreboard. It's gonna take away 8 points off the table anyway. This isn't an easy shot though. Because of the round corner pocket, or the round corners on the pocket, this red is likely to get spat out. For him to be able to make this shot requires him to be able to back cut it with a small touch of English or side spin. And you gotta be very precise here. You can't hammer this. You gotta let this be a pocket weight kind of shot, slow roll. Oh, he's just gonna force it. Wow. I didn't think he could force that there. But I'm proven wrong. He's got a 2-point lead again. Options for the green. Also the yellow. The green will give him extra points. Good for 3. Makes it 36. He's up by 5. And now we're on the colors. Yellow, green, brown, blue, pink, black. That's the order. Stroking through on this one, setting up for the other side of the table, and it's going to go a little bit too far. Up by 7. This isn't a giveaway table. I mean, the colors sitting near the cushions are all tough colors to pot. That blue ball is going to be the one that matters the most, I think, in this matchup on this frame. Goes for the back cut, and he's going to get lucky here and leave a little bit. I mean, he's left a shot here for Blake to be able to pot this ball, but he's got to shoot the brown ball after that. So the only way he can make this green ball and be aggressive is if he tries to get that cue ball to go over to the left side cushion to run into the blue. That would, you know, slow roll that cue ball and send the blue away from that rail and into the open, which is ideal, but very aggressive, especially because you have to be more natural here. You have to go for the shot and just let the spin do the work for the shape to get into that blue ball. But I don't know if he's going to go for it. I feel like he won't, but maybe he will. You just bank this or send it back towards that black ball too. That would be all right. Or, you know, bank into the right side cushion and then try to use the brown ball as a blocker. That would be all right too. Yeah, he's just gonna bank it up towards that black, and that's a smart shot. Black ball is covering a big percentage of that pocket, even though he can see it. Makes that shot a little bit more intimidating. Frank's just being smart here. It's a game of patience now. Temptation is here. Making the shot on the green is really not worth it for him though, because you got to shoot the brown ball next. Now, if you're just looking at controlling the points, that's a different story. Then you can just pot the green and then, you know, just bounce that brown ball up, leave nothing available for your opponent. But I just don't see him going for the shot. I think he's just going to play across towards that black ball. Yeah, and that's what he did. The closer it gets to the rail, the more difficult it becomes to be able to hit this ball properly. So a bit of a break there for Blake. He's able to see this ball clearly. He can hit it without having the cushion become a part of the shot. And that's not bad. Maybe a little bit too much for him, but not bad. I'm thinking, you know, Blake's gonna go for the bank here, the double. He's quite smart. It's an important frame right now because, you know, if Blake wins this frame, he's on the hill 3-1. And if Frank wins this one, well, we'll tie that pool. Very important frame for both players. It wasn't supposed to work as a temptation, but the temptation is there. Green ball's available with an angle to get back down for the brown. Oh, and he missed it altogether. Oh no. They got a different number than I do. I gotta go by their score, so I'm gonna adjust their score here in a minute. It shows that Frank's at 48, which I don't remember him making those extra points. And Blake's sitting at 35. That's the way they got theirs set up right now. So Frank in the lead by 13. I had to go by whatever they have. Good calculation, but he's going to come up just a bit wide. Blake will have the option to give him back the table and respot it by the black, or to take the shot right now. I don't know if he hit the ball. I can't remember if he hit the blue ball. If he hit the blue ball, then it would be a 5-point foul instead of a 4-point. But we're going to go with 4 for now and then make the adjustment after they update their score. It's going to spot it back. He's got a really good chance to be able to get a nice positional shot on this green ball afterwards. As long as the opponent doesn't hit it, but he's going to hit it. Nice little hit. And unfortunately for him, he's left the green to the side with the brown in near the pocket on the corner. Blake with a chance to be able to steal the frame. Oh no, and he's going to miss it. He's been disciplined all the way, and he's going to be disciplined on that shot too. Going to get unfortunate on this one, though. He's left the green over the pocket. Great opportunity here for Blake to be able to steal the frame once again. Needs to get away from that pink. Well, it's going to bounce that pink out in the open, so that's actually not a bad thing. But this is the work now. Down by 6. Gonna miss the brown, and the brown's gonna kiss off the white. Setting up an opportunity here for Frank Huber to be able to steal the frame now. He's got a shot on the brown. He's got a follow-up angle to get set up for the blue. We'll see if he takes advantage of this opportunity, if he's just gonna try to be a little bit more conservative and play a smart safety shot or snooker. Nice pot, man. Good for 4 more points, making it 52-42. He's up by 10. Up by 10 with 18 points on the table. Nice little crossover. Did good not to run the cue ball back into the blue ball, because that would have given him a bad lead. Instead, he just avoids it and he gets a nice, beautiful lead here on this blue ball. Just nicks it. It's going to leave a bit of a challenging situation here for Blake. He can try to take the spot on if he wanted to, but technically he needs all the balls to the table. So he's not going to do anything like that. He's going to have to be smart and patient. Pink ball being where it is makes things a little bit dangerous for this frame also. Technically, all he has to do is make this blue ball and he'll win this frame. Decide not to go for it. Play it a safe leave instead, and it's a smart one. Blue ball up against the rail makes it impossible to pot this ball. A little bit of luck, maybe it might go in, but as far as a skillful, purposeful, like on purpose type of shot is not going to work. That's a good spot to put it in. Check out the comments. How you doing, Kathy Secrets? Welcome to the stream. Daniel Bullock, welcome to the stream. Diane, Jerry McCreary, how you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Says watching from Baldwin, Mississippi. Mervin March, what's happening, man? Says, what are they playing today, Rod? They're playing snooker, and it's 15 red snooker. Diamond Valley Project, how you doing? Says great coverage. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. You could always support the stream on YouTube by subscribing to the YouTube channel. Oh, the blue ball was made. I didn't see that, but the blue ball was made. That should be 57, not 56. Okay, I have 56. And Blake's at 42, so that's correct. So he's down by 15 right now with 13 on the table. He's got to find a snooker. And Frank, all he's got to do is just pot this pink and it's over. I'll go through some of the point system with you right away so you can have a better understanding. Well, cue ball being frozen to the pink ball takes away every opportunity for a safe leave on this one. But you can still play this pink towards the right cushion, cue ball off the left cushion, and back up towards that black ball. Just catch that rail to get into the black. Oh, it's just going to get above the black. Really nice effort there from Blake. He almost got it perfect. Trying to get onto the block ball again. Not enough pace, but he had the proper angle. Hopefully it would have came out in the open anyway. So what about maybe trying? Well, I don't know. It's a little risky, man. But I'm thinking about maybe banking or banking this pink ball off the bottom rail, top rail, and then onto the black. Oh, he's gonna try to get that black ball involved in this one. Oh, and he almost hit it perfect. Just too much weight. It was almost there, man. So close to having the perfect weight on that one for the save. And Frank, all he wants to do is push this pink towards the pocket. The closer to the pocket it is, the better it is for him to be able to win the frame. Yeah, not much you could do there as far as setting up for a proper save with snooker. But distance is good, and moving that pink away from the pocket is also good. He's hoping that his opponent will make some sort of mistake, positional mistake, where it'll give him a chance to be able to get a proper lock on this pink. Yeah, and that's smart, just to push the pink ball out in the open on the opposite side of the black. Really good effort there. Oh, this is a makeable pink. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like I was just trying to bank this pink towards that black ball. I feel like that these guys try to get this pink closer to the black so you can get a better safety option. Yeah, there you go. I want to make the black ball though. Oh no, that's gonna be the frame. It's unfortunate there for that pick on the black. That's gonna tab the match at 2 though. And we're gonna move into the next frame, frame number 5. A little bit too much bounce on that cue ball, but it was almost a perfect break. Nice pot from Blake on that shot. It's gonna get into a good area here with the bottom colors. So we'll do this real quick too for you guys that are trying to figure out the system. So here's the snooker point system. You have the reds, which you get 1 point for each red potted. You have to pot a red, then a color. That's the way the rotation goes. We'll start off from the bottom. The yellow is worth 2 points. Green is worth 3 points. Brown is worth 4. Blue is worth 5. Pink is worth 6. And the black ball, the precious one, is 7 points. So ideally in snooker, you're trying to get the red and then the black, the red, then the black, then the red and the black. And once you do all the red and blacks, then you go to the colors, and that gives you a 147, which is the maximum score. Though there is a 155 out there, which you can accomplish as long as you get a free ball in the opening shot. Couple of options still, but you know, now we're starting to move things out in the open, and if you don't make the shot, you're gonna turn the table open to your opponent who just tied you up in the match. You got to be careful with what you decide to do when you have an opportunity at the table like he does. Fresh match. We've got marked down 9, so I'm gonna go with whatever they got. I have to honor their scores because they're keeping track of what's going on, and even though I am too, in the end, it always comes down to whatever the players put up on their scoreboard. That's what I gotta go with. No, he didn't want the double kiss on the white. And I'm wondering if that give him anything here, his opponent to shoot at, let's see. Maybe that plant on the 2 reds might work. Talking about these reds right here. Well, that's not working today. What? Yeah, it was there. Bit of a stretch shot, so you're gonna have to use the bridge on this one. Now overcut the black, and he's gonna leave the shot on the red, which is the worst part, because now he's giving Blake a chance to be able to get going on this frame. Blake's just waiting for the player in the background to shoot. That's Donnie Cheminsky in the back. One of the players that usually ends up going to the finals in these snooker tournaments and events. Tried to open up the reds, but he just missed them. That's going to put him in an awkward spot. 17-1. Frank Huber to the table. Very important frame on this one because they're both at 2-2. So whoever wins this one gets on the hill. Which the hill is a term more used in pool than it is in snooker, but what it means is when a player gets to the game before the one that he needs to win. So in the case of, you know, SS7, we're looking at whoever gets to the fourth win first wins. In this case here, one of these two players is going to have 3 wins after this frame, giving them a little bit more of an edge in the confidence department for the next frame. Match between Kerry and Don Chemiski is currently at 2-1 for Don. I'll make that 3-1 for Don Chemiski. Kerry Chapaya with his back against the wall, another player that usually comes in and ends up in one of these finals. Nice shot from Frank on that one on the red. He's got position on the black with a little bit of angle to work with. Oh, he's gonna miss it for the shape. Great chance here for Blake to steal some extra points. Joining you guys on the Facebook stream. I can see who's joining in now. Welcome back, Kathy. Black 7 points, red 1 makes it 8, so 8 on top of 17 puts him at 25. And now he's in a good position here. He's got great angle to get it up to the black. A couple of reds out in the open, which will help him to continue with the run. A bit too far. He has that one red out open near that pink ball though, so I'm assuming that's what he was trying to play for. I thought he would play for that red that was nearest the black ball. But I'm assuming that that ball is probably best left there for him to be able to open up the pack. Oh, he's gonna come up short on the red. Oh no. Chance for Frank to be able to get going on this frame again. Oh, I can't believe he missed that shot. Now, did he miss it on the pro side? Because to me, it always looks like the ball is makeable, but I'm not sure, man. Yeah, it looks like it's a makeable shot. Too much pace off the cue ball. He'll be lucky to have a shot on the blue ball here. Almost had nothing. Chester Asombrado, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Tempting just to go for a big crazy shot in that spot, but he's showing the discipline that you need in order to be a good player in snooker. Just playing a smart shot instead. One of the things about snooker is that it tempts you to do more than you usually would because it's, I don't know, it's hard to explain it, but it's like addicting. The feeling of making these shots is very addicting. So as players, like there's times when we get tempted by the crazy shot instead of playing the smart shot, and usually that's the difference between a player that wins and loses, you know. Unless you're good at potting those crazy shots, and in that case, usually you're going to be the winner. But most of the times, you know, you're going to lose that matchup because of that. Just being undisciplined at the wrong times, that's all. What's up, Jules? Welcome to the stream. Close to the scratch, but it'll be all right. Just gonna leave the red out in the open here, and I'm thinking Frank's gonna want to take that shot on. I'm thinking as a two-way, like shot to nowhere, you can basically open up that blue ball from there also. Well, he went for the shot, and he did try to open up that blue ball, but I think he was just a little bit too focused on getting that blue ball in the open, and that's why he missed the shot. Which in snooker, you can't do that, man. It's very simple, this game, when it comes to snooker. You either focus on the shot that you got in front of you, or you play the shape. And usually when you're playing the shape, you're missing the shot that's in front of you. So a lot of times players will just play the shot in front of them, and they just have to rely on their skills and trusting their spins and all that to be able to come through after the shot is made with natural shape off the spin. And Blake's at 34. I lost track of the points. I'm gonna have to wait for him to finish here to update the scoreboard. I want to say that he's only got that extra 6 points, which will put him at 40, but I could be wrong. He's gonna put up those points now. Yeah, he is at 40, so I had the right score. $74 points required to win a frame. And once you get into that 60 spot, you're basically, excuse me, Yeah, at that point, you're just basically, trying to maintain points. You're not getting too aggressive. And he's being conservative here, too. He doesn't want to open up the reds too much. He almost has that red that's at the very bottom of our screen, but he's gonna have to go for the one just above it, I think. If he can click the one on the bottom, that's best, because he can easily get back up to where he's standing. Oh yeah, you can see that one. Okay, that's good. But yeah, that gives him the best angle to get back up to where he was standing, and that's gonna give him a nice little lockup in the reds. I don't think there's anything here that would tempt him to go for a shot at the moment. I'm assuming he's just gonna play a smart shot here again. Though he could maybe try to pot that red to the left side middle, but yeah, I just don't think he's gonna go for it. Bad, he put him right up against that yellow ball, but I believe you can see enough of the red to be able to hit it still, the one red that's on the left side of the table. And he's able to hit it. Didn't make it. And he's looking for a good lead, which I believe he's going to get. Quick Martel to the table. Matchup is tied up at 2 frames each. Good stun over off the blue. It's not 46. And use a reach on this one unless he goes for the pink ball. Pink ball almost works. The black ball is better, obviously, but the pink ball almost works. Hi, Loretta. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. And he went for the pink. 6 more makes it 53. Extra point for the red makes it 54. Six points for the pink makes it 60. Is that a couple of balls away from winning the frame? Nice little bump out there to open up the red. 61. Just gotta be careful on this one. He wants to stun over slightly off this blue, but not too much. He's gonna have a big slide naturally off the shot, so he's gotta control that. Good job of controlling the pace on that one. Blue ball for an extra 5 points puts him at 66. Another nice little bump out there from Blake. It's going to open up the pink a little bit more. It's also going to give him a chance at this other red. Pink has made no problem for an extra 6, puts him at 73. So the frame is his now. Got a good chance to get going here. You got the colors kind of spread out. Good chance to get warmed up on your stroke a bit more. 6 more makes it 80. And his opponent says, you can go ahead and just keep shooting. I'm going to go for a smoke. And Blake will do just that. 2 points for the yellow. Makes it 82. Oh, he missed the green, man. All because he was trying to force the angle on the blue, or on the brown. I've done that so many times, man. It's not uncommon, very common thing to do. So when Blake locks up that frame, gets him in the lead at 3-2. He's on the hill now and waiting for a chance to close out. And we got to wait for Frank to come back. So in the meantime, how about we check out some of the highlights from the Central Canadian Snooker Championships that just happened recently here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Very nice shot, Dave. It was a makeable shot, and he was really focused on that one. Oh, and what a shot from Randy. Wow, what a shot, man. Nice shot from Randy on that one. Oh, and what a beautiful shot that was. Oh, and that was a beautiful shot. Oh, and he makes another good shot there. Oh, what a beauty shot. Billy makes a nice shot on the red. Oh, and he makes another double. I don't know, it's just habit.
Yeah, I think that's more so to get you used to keeping your head still after you've, stroked the ball. That's brilliant.
Very
Excellent
nice.
show. Excellent show.
Beautiful pot on the blue, man. Nice pot there from Steve Kenyans. He's gonna force it into the pack. That's gonna work out decent. Bad, he dug right into that one. Ooh, that was juicy. Oh no, he was trying to make a big shot. And he's gonna make the black ball. Very good shot. So heel narrow to the table. Beautiful shot there on that one. Nice pot. Looking for 2 snookers, or Blake had to make a ball. Beautiful shot there too. Nice shot, Blake. Oh, and he makes a killer shot there.
Nice
Beautiful
pot.
shot.
Nice pot from
Very
Albert.
nice. We're back into it, and Albert's gonna come out swinging with that nice long red. Trying to get the snooker here because he's got all the blockers at the top of the table. As long as he gets behind the pink, he'll be good. Oh, nice hit,
What a
man.
hit.
Very nice pot. He went for it, man.
He struck that one really good. So
Very nice plant. Oh, what a beauty. Nice breakout, man. Wow.
I think 24. There's a nice pot.
Very nice.
Good shot.
I think he's got a small window to open things up here. Oh, he
There
opened
we
it up
go.
beautiful.
Good to factor in on the final score, right?
Oh, what a cut.
Okay, nice.
And if I can make it, then usually I'm good to go. Beautiful pot on that one from Sahil. Nice shot on the pink. All right, so that was the highlights from the Central Canadian that we just had recently here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And well, these guys are still on a smoke break. Well, one of them is. The other one is just waiting to resume the match. Looks like Kerry's making his, or not Kerry, Frank's making his way back. Maybe I'll put her on this other table for now. In a second, I gotta set it up. All right, so this is the other matchup that we got going at the moment. It's Kerry Chapaya against Don Chemiski. Don Chemiski is up 3-1 in this matchup in frames. And looks like Kerry is up on this frame at the moment. And it also looks like Frank is back, so we're going to resume our matchup on the main table. Good delivery on the shot on that one. It's got a nice little spread at the table right now, too. Hugh, how you doing? Says good day, folks. Welcome to the stream. That's on Facebook. He blacks for 16, and he's got another setup here for a third black. Another 7 points puts him at 24. Bit awkward here on this 8 ball, or on this 8 ball on the black ball. I'm not sure how he's going to work this one out. No, drawback would do it. Needs a little bit of luck here for the leave, and it's going to work out pretty good. He makes it 32 now. He's gonna figure out his angle for the black ball, which I'm assuming he's gonna want to set up with an upward angle where he can just follow it through. Not quite what I thought he would set up at, but he's got a plan, obviously. Very experienced player, this guy, and he's been able to run centuries a few times, so. Let's take out this one too. I'll put him at 40. Not too many options as you can see from there. Very limited. I'm gonna leave not much available on the table. Oh, and a nice double. Gets it up for the black ball too. Anybody's game still on this one. Especially with the layout on this table. It looks like any one of these guys can go for a nice little run on this one. One for the red, 5 for the blue, makes it 6. Sets him at 14. Down by 26 at the moment. It's got the pink set up for the sign. Good for 6 more points, puts him at 21. Down by 19 now. Does he have the shot? Yeah, he's got the shot. Gonna have to take a back cut on this blue ball, it looks like, and he's gonna have to try to clear either in between the green and the brown or the brown and the yellow. No, as long as it went past that side pocket, he was looking all right. $13 down. What's up, Romel, Timothy Bone? Welcome, guys. Earl McIver, what's up, man? Dangerous to go for the shot here, so I don't think he will. He could maybe get away with it, but I don't know, man. Big opportunity here. He's gonna make a great shot. Does not get much on this black ball though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, maybe that would work. Thank you. Miscue on that one. Just caught that miscue at the last second as I switched the camera over. I had 28. I had 28 minus whatever he's got there. So what, he hit the black one on that one?
I wasn't sure. I didn't see it, but someone said they saw it move. Yeah.
Yeah, he nicked the black. He just
I was the only
nicked
one that saw that.
Sure.
I was the only one that saw that. Yep.
Yeah. So there was a foul. And it's 28-40. Well, he's in striking distance to close out this frame, but he's got to be careful. Don't want to turn the table over until at least he clear up all the reds. So he's going to have to work this table out. Starting off with his yellow, getting back to the red on the right. That's going to be perfect. He's going to have options for 2 reds at least. And I got 3 reds left, so I apologize. I gotta get rid of the snooker chamber thing. Only because there was a lot of things going on. I get caught up in this game too as I'm watching it. So there's 3 reds left, plus the colors. Possible 51 points on the table. Now I lost track there too, so it's either 47 or 48 right now. Awkward shot because he's got to hit this red that's at the top of the other reds, and then he needs to kind of like stun draw over into the other red so he can set up for that black. This is a challenging shot. And if he shoots the red on the right, that's a little bit easier, but now you're going to change the table a little bit, and it's not guaranteed you're going to have an out on a black or the pink. He could try to just play it through. Maybe if he nicks off the red a little bit still, you'll still be all right to get that set up for the black. He could try to just hit this with a draw and try to set up for the pink instead. That would be all right too. Need a bit more of a push on that black ball, but you'll still have a bit of an opportunity here. Can play the shot like a shot to nowhere, but the thing about that is, you know, there's a small chance he might sell the table. And Frank's been able to keep up with him so far, so, you know, any chance that he's given Frank's been able to get in there and get some points to make this a nice tight battle. No, harder than that drop. It's going to stay up, but he missed it on the pro side because he didn't really give him much of an opportunity here on the reds. I have 48-28. You had 8 points on that one. They really need to have somebody keeping track of this, the points. Other than me, because I mean, my set of points is one thing. They have a set of points as well, and then the third person who should be watching the points would have confirmation points with my points, which will give them the proper scoring. Uh-oh, look at this red. It's going to set up by the side pocket. Oh, it's going to stop just short of it. I don't think he's got it. No, it's not close enough to the pocket. Not bad. Put him in a really good spot because now Frank can't really, like, he can hit a red, but he can't really make a red. But now he's got to play a defensive shot instead of an offensive one. And the layout here on this table with the 2 reds and the black being where it is makes it very dangerous when to play a safe like you normally would. That's going to be pretty good, actually. Really, really good. Got him right onto the yellow ball, taking away all opportunities here. This might be a foul and a miss. I have to watch that shot again from the beginning. Perfect weight. And Blake's going to reply, and he's going to hit that red and just miss the pink from going into the side pocket. Going to get a good leave out of it also. Game of patience now. Crossing into the pocket, it's going to come up just short. Now, that's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to make sure that the open red is not open anymore, and he's done that. Now Frank has to reply, and he kind of has to go back up to the top of the table where he's standing after the shot. And the thing about this, like, if you're gonna skim this red, you gotta skim it so it pushes the red into the other red, and then you should be all right from leaving a shot for your opponent. This makes it missable because you're trying to hit it like very thin off the right side of this ball that's on the right. The problem with going with a shot like he did is that, you know, you might have left the shot an opportunity here for your opponent, which it almost looks like you did, but you got lucky. Red ball rolled up against the yellow and takes away any opportunity on that red. That shot right there is going to make things even more interesting now. Best you can do is just bank the red back down towards where he's standing. Uh-oh. No good. Great chance here. He can get some extra points with this pink ball, or he can try to finish the table. Smart choice. 4 extra points for that. Puts him at 53. So that's going to take all the reds off the table now, and all we got left is the colors. Just got to make one more color before starting on the colors. And yeah, this is a good time to take that pink. 6 more for that puts him at 60. And now he's got a nice little setup here for the colors. Everything is kind of set up here. It's the first one. Let's get past the brown, and he does. Well, that was a match. Well, that was a match. So Blake's going to be the winner. He had plus the blue. And we're going to find out if we're going straight to the semifinal or if we're going to wait for this other match to finish first. And we'll make it official here for Blake as the winner. We'll stop. Well, I guess we'll keep the clock going because we're going to switch over to this other table in the meantime. All right, so we're going to do a switch up here. While they're resetting that table, we're going to go here and watch this matchup, which right now it is 3-2 for Don. How do you spell his last name now? CHY. Chapaya. CHYPYHA. Chapaya. All right, and so the score is accurate. It's 2-3 in the frames out of 7. This is also a quarterfinal, setting up for a semifinal next. And there's no points on the board for this one, so at the moment they're fresh in. Oops. I meant to take this down, my bad. Just one camera angle for this one. How you doing, Eugene? Says, good day, Rod. I'm watching the snooker live, sitting behind you. Ah. Thanks for joining in, man. I'm gonna take a second here. I'll be right back.
Okay, going. Yeah. Very good player. They're playing now.
All right, so we're gonna switch over. We're gonna switch over tables because this semifinal is about to start. All right, so we're gonna switch over now. We'll reset the clock. It's a fresh match up here. And this is the semifinal now. What happened to that? 4-0. Yeah, the comment here I gotta check out real quick. Richard Rondo, how you doing? Perhaps you could fill us in on who is waiting for winner in other semifinal match as well. Just tuned in. And then Hugh says, I just tuned in a short time ago, but saw Blake Martel win 4-2 over Frank Huber. Yeah, so this is the first semifinal here now. Blake Martel against Gurdesh Singh. And the other semifinal, I gotta find out who won from the first quarterfinal, and the second quarterfinal is a matchup between Kerry Chapaya and Don Cheminsky, which they're playing right now to try against the semifinal. But I'll go find out who it is that they're going to be playing against in the semifinal, and then that will kind of give you guys an idea what to expect moving forward. So today, we're only streaming the quarterfinal and semifinals. Tomorrow we come back for the final. I'll be right back. So the other match is Mauro Biafini, I believe that's how you say his name, or Biafini. He's the one player that's waiting right now for that Kerry Chapaya and Don Cheminsky match to finish so they can continue into the semifinal. Welcome back, Kathy. Peter Robertson, how you doing? Says good day from down under. And then Hugh says good day from up over. Saga Fraser says Eagle Tail, sorry. Says at least it's not wet there. Well, it was. I mean, I don't know. We had a bit of an episode here in Winnipeg, you know, like, it felt like it was going to be a really snowy weekend because I thought that the Jets were going to end up winning and, you know, going into the next round of the NHL playoffs, but they got eliminated last night. So even though it didn't snow, even though it didn't rain, the Jets getting eliminated last night created a lot of tears for a lot of Winnipeggers, and yeah, that's why everything is wet all around and everybody crying. Honestly, like last night when that goal happened, man, it felt like I don't know, so intense. I was so disappointed on the fact that it happened, but it was what it was. 11-5. Guys are off to a bit of a shaky start. Blake Martel, one of our top players here, always getting into the finals or semifinals. It's very competitive, very good. Dedicated to this game for a few years now, and you can see the rewards coming through. Went from playing with a pool stick to playing with a snooker cue, and his game has improved so much more because of it. His opponent, Pradesh Singh, is a junior champion snooker player from India. So he's got strong background and knowledge when it comes to playing snooker. But he doesn't, like, he lives in up north in Manitoba, and up there they don't really have a lot of snooker tables available for him. So him coming out to Winnipeg is more or less the only opportunity he gets to be able to come and explore snooker and play in events. Gonna try the double here. Gonna get a double kiss off the double. It's gonna scratch. 4 points for the foul. Makes it 5-22. Gurdesh Singh in the lead by 17. Ball in hand, it's not like pool or 9-ball and 10-ball or an 8-ball where you put the cue ball wherever you want. It can only go behind the balk line in the kitchen or in the D string, which consists of anywhere where the brown, yellow, and green get spotted, that area. Oh, nice shot. I didn't think he would go for that shot, but he went for it. Pink ball to follow for another 6 points. Just makes it into the pocket. Looks like the cue ball's going to come out in the open. Ten-point difference between these guys now. I just missed the pink. Gotta be careful on how he opens up these reds here. Managed to hit the ball that was on the outside, so he didn't have to open it up. It's gonna open them all up, and unfortunately for him, he's left the shot on this red. So now Gardesh is gonna get a chance to get going. Kind of limited on what he can choose after that, though. I have to set up for the blue ball next. He might have the stab at the pink here, but looks like he's eyeing out the blue. Definitely had the blue. I can't remember if it's 28 or 29. It's one or the other. For an extra 4. Oops, I forgot to reset that camera. At 40 now. 47. Is he a switch hitter? Oh, he is a switch hitter. Oh, no, he's a right-handed player. Okay. I thought he was a lefty for a second. Nice pot on that one. 55. Gets onto the block nicely, too. Seven for the block makes it 62. And all he could do was hit, and he hit it. He's got 63. I had 62. I'll have to go with their score 63. Down by 51. There was 35 on the table. And Gardesh Singh will take the first frame. That's the 7. A shot. It's what they call a shot to nowhere. The idea behind the shot to nowhere is that if you make the shot, you can still play. But if you don't, Your opponent doesn't have anything to shoot at. Good shot. Not a bad reply. Not bad. Let them 2 options only. Normally here you would just hit a red, duck and hide. But the setup here doesn't really allow him to do a whole lot of that. He's got to be careful with his choice. No, he did good there to make sure that he didn't get the double kiss on the white ball. Not a bad lead. There is a red to the side available though. You went corner instead. That was a more aggressive shot. But it was more or less a shot to nowhere once again, just drawing the cue ball back, leaving a lot of distance and opportunity. It's got to play something similar here off the red on the right. And then back down. Oh no. No, that wasn't supposed to happen. 4 points for the foul. Tigredesh ties up the match at 9. Or the frame, I should say. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if it just worked out really nice. He made a nice little plant on that one. And the only reason why I say I'm not sure if he made it intentionally is because the pace on the shot was like a shot to nowhere. These guys have different scores. I don't understand what's going on. So he's got 6 over there. And I had 10 over here, so I have to go with their scores though. Oh no, he just made it. He made the adjustment now, so it is 10. Okay. I was gonna say, like, I'm doing my best here to keep track of the score. Couldn't be off that much. Well, the matchup between Gary Chapaya and Don Cheminsky is now tied at 3-3 in frames. So they're on to the last frame. A little lucky bounce off the black or a brown ball. It's gonna give him a better lead than he was looking to have. I don't think you can see much on this red, except for just enough to hit it. And I'm wondering if he's gonna hit the red on the black or the other red. Well, he's gonna try to avoid them all. Ooh, he's gonna hit that black ball. Chance for a respot here if I want to miss, where you can take the shot from where it lays. It's gonna give him back the ball. I'll be right back. I gotta go ask a question here to these guys about this ruling, because there was a case earlier where the person didn't put the ball back, but this time they did, and I thought they always had to. Oh, and he hits a black ball again. Another 7 points, 23. And I said this time Blake likes the layout a little bit better. Good setup for the black ball. I'll wait till after this frame is done to go ask. The reds are not set up pretty right now. There's a little bit of work behind getting set up here. Seven points for the black makes it 31. 39. Semi-final matchup, so it's supposed to kind of go like this back and forth. Nice setup for the pink. Puts him at 40. Wondering what kind of angle he's got here on this one. Oh, he's not too bad. He can set up easily for the red here. 6 more for the pink makes it 46. He might have to go side pocket here instead of corner. And if he does go side pocket, he can't just stun the shot. He has to follow through. If he goes for this one here, he might have to push into that block ball a little bit because he doesn't have a pocket except for the bottom right. Oh no, he's able to hold position there. Okay, never mind. Stand corrected. Seven points for the black ball. Makes it 54. 28 points away from getting the frame under his belt. I don't remember if I counted the red or not. 61. Is that a 61 or 62? Oh, I did because I remember it was 54. $62. He's almost at the point where he can close the frame. Needs to make this black a red, and then the black or the pink, and that'll be that. Seven more for the black makes it 69. No real opportunity here though on the reds. Not bad. 69 points, and he's almost got this frame under his belt. So I have 69. For you, I have 69, which would make it 46 points. Yeah, 69 to 10. The good thing I'm keeping track of these points, man. Oh, almost went in. Not a bad shot, though. I mean, had it stayed over the pocket, he was in trouble. And where it's at now, he's okay. Blake's left that red ball available here for Verdesh. Now, Verdesh is, I was just saying earlier, a junior national champion from India. And he was a junior national champion in India. Which in India, they have a lot of snooker players. That speaks volumes for him being able to accomplish that at a young age. And as you can see, as he's playing, it's pretty comfortable at the table. Even though he doesn't have a table to work on all the time, he only comes out here to play. And he's out in Thompson, which is about 9 hours. Players are getting rattled up because other players that are sitting here practicing and playing right now are being loud and disruptive, and these players are playing for a shot to get into the semifinals, so they're getting worked up over it. I missed something there on points too. I gotta go back and take a look. So I made the pink. Nice play there from Blake. Forced him to open up the table a bit for him. He's got no choice but to hit that red that's right by the black, which is going to open up the table a little bit. He got good on the lead though. There's two ways I would play the safety. Piss off that red that's to the left of the cue ball, come off the left side cushion and back and towards that red that's on the bottom rail. Or off the right side of the red and then up towards where that yellow ball is. You gotta stay away from the pocket, and it just will. And well, that red over the pocket is going to be a bit of a concern. It's giving his opponent a chance to strike here. The reds aren't necessarily set up for him to be able to finish the table, but he can work it out. Definitely work it out. It basically comes down to the first shot and the shape that he gets after the shot, which I'm thinking if he gets with a pink or black, it's going to be okay, whichever one he gets to. And he's got a nice comfortable layout here to be able to set up for either one of them. I'm thinking he was setting up for the black, but he's got the setup for the pink. You can see here that the reds are makeable. At least the one closest to the rail is makeable. The other one maybe too. Oh wait, he's at 23 because he made a red too. Score is still 23 to 69. He's being cautious here because he could maybe sell out these reds if he doesn't hit him properly. And that's all his opponent needs. He just needs one red to be able to close out this frame. He almost gave him enough room to squeeze the cue ball in between the reds to make the red, but didn't quite give him that. Hugh says, damn day here in Nova Scotia too. Is it Nova Scotia you're from? I'm assuming that's where you're from. You're welcome, Richard. Robert Griffith, how you doing, my man? Welcome to the stream on YouTube. I know it's been a while. Busy being a father nowadays, man, so it's haven't really had the time to get set up for running tournaments and stuff yet, but I'm planning to get back onto running tournaments again soon. Missed the blue, that was for the frame. $73. 73-23 down by 50. That's gonna conclude that frame. That's gonna get this matchup tied up at 1 apiece on a best of 7. And it looks like the players are taking a little bit of a break, so we'll switch over here and watch these guys conclude their matchup. We'll pause the clock right now for the other match. And this one here, it's basically winner wins because they're both tied at 3. It's a best of 7, so whoever wins this frame wins the match. And Donnie at the moment just made the blue. He's sitting at 35. Oh, sorry, he made the brown 35. So with the brown, that makes it 39, and his opponent has 42. He got a chance to close out here, and just needs to get 2 more colors, or 3 colors will secure it for sure. Gonna miss the shot. Here, Chapaya with a chance to close out now. Needs a little bit of luck on the lead. He's gonna get a little bit of an opportunity here on the brown. Small chance here. Just playing smart. And it looks like we're about to resume the other match again, so we'll go back to the other table. Frame number 3 of a possible 7. Start the clock again. Pradesh Singh is breaking on this one. Eric Thomas, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Chester, welcome back. If you want to be really good, Chester, this is the game you want to learn how to play, man. Oh, got lucky that he hit the proper side of that horn. That was going to be a nasty bump. But instead, he's gone pretty good on the leave. Pradesh will have a shot at this red. Won't have much of an opportunity on a color except for maybe the blue after that, because I don't think you can see even the pink at the moment. Donnie Chemiskey just made the blue on that table. He's got the match tied. It's 46-44, and he just made the blue. So he's 46-49. He's up by 3. He can win with his pink. That'll be the match. Congratulations, Don Chemiskey. Gruesome match for both those players, man. It was 3-1 for Don Chemiskey in the frames. And then Kerry Chapaya found a way to get back into the battle, ties it up at 3. Then Kerry Chapaya takes the lead in the final frame. Looks like he's sitting pretty for the win. Don Cheminsky comes back, ties up the match, and ends up winning it over at the end by making the pink. He'll move on to the semifinal to play against Mauro Benevi or something like that. Never seen this Mauro guy, but he's coming up, and he looks stylish, man. He looks like the kind of guy that, you know, you don't want to play snooker against. He's even got a one-piece cue. Mauro. I'm assuming it's Italian, though. Not sure. It's got a nice angle here on the blue now to go up table and open up the reds a bit more. And if he doesn't want to open up the reds, he could just set up position here for one of the reds. Either way, he's got good position here on the blue. We'll make the blue one get up for the reds. Force the cue ball through. Great shot. It's going to have an option here. Limited to the brown, green, blue, and even the pink, I guess. I'll make the blue for 5 more. 16-6, up by 10. Good position here to get set up again for another combination of color and red, or red and color, I should say. Which, by the way, if you're just tuning in now and you've never played snooker before and you're trying to understand what the rules are like and what the game is played or how the game is played, the traditional way of playing the game is you have to make a red and then make a color. Everybody says red black, but that's because if you go red black all the way through and then do all the colors, it'd be at 147, which is considered a maximum. That's the most points you can get in a frame. You can actually do 155 if somebody ends up giving you a free ball off their first shot. Then you have a chance to be able to make 155 right instead of a 147. But 147 is a standard or maximum break that you can get on a table in snooker. Six more makes it 23. Now he's looking pretty good here on the setup. I think he's a 31, right? He just made a block, I believe. I lost track there. I apologize. I had to look down on my phone for a message. I missed out on what he was doing. If I'm right, though, it's 32 to 6. Shot Blake. $37. I totally lost track of the score. I believe it's 43 to 6. So. $46.6. gonna lose position here. Needs to get down for, I'm assuming, the blue ball next. Well, that's gonna settle him in for the black ball, just enough for the black ball. Very nice shot. That puts him at 54. Everybody's got different numbers here. Somebody says 46. I have 54. So I'll have to wait till he's done his run to figure out what the run is at. But pretty sure I've been on point about my points. I think they're just not keeping track. All right, so they got it at 62 for Blake. Numbers are all over the place right now. I guess it's mainly my fault, though. I should be keeping track. I had it at 56, but I got to go whatever they go with. He's just going to scrap that game. So Blake will take the lead in this matchup now. I'll take a quick break here. I'll be right back and update the scores as soon as I get back. We're moving into frame number 4 now out of a possible 7. All right, I'm back and I'll update the score here right away. It looks like we're 21 for Blake and 1 for Gradesh. I guess that's 2 for Gradesh now because he just made another red. And now Gredesh is somewhat set up here. Bill doesn't really have anything after the red, so he's got a really tough layout because he has to go red, blue, then try to open up the pink and black, and then kind of move in from there. Yeah, you can't see it. Beautiful shot on the blue. You get 13, sorry. Should have been 13 because he already had a point on the board and then he made 2 blues. A little too heavy. Goes for the double and you'll miss it. Very aggressive on that one. Gonna get good on the leave though. Nice execution, but the red's gonna stay up. Gonna add that an extension to his cue. Nice effort, man. Just missed the pot on that one. Couple of options here for Blake to be able to make a red and continue a run on the table. Whichever one he chooses, he's got to be careful with because it doesn't have a lot of options for colors still. Actually, it might be best not to even try to make a shot here. Just play it safe. Good shot. Winner of this match will be going on to the championship round tomorrow. There's only one match tomorrow. And we got both semifinals going right now. Not bad. Trying to force them to open up those reds near the pink and the black. Oh, he's gonna make a beautiful shot from that. I didn't see that coming. I should have seen that coming. I didn't. Chance to get some quick points out of this now. He's just gonna roll up for a save. Did he not get that point? I guess he didn't get a point. A couple different options when it comes to the reds, but once again, that black and pink tied up is making a bit of a situation here. They don't have anything to freely shoot at or to freely set up shape for. Every shot requires a little bit of extra stroke just so they can come out with something extra for a color. And the only color that's really available for them is the blue ball. I watched Ronnie O'Sullivan run a century off the blue. It was just a red, blue, and it was incredible what he was able to do. To have that kind of cue ball control, it's just incredible. And you're not going to see too many players on a snooker table have that kind of control because it takes years to be able to become a master like Ronnie O'Sullivan. But you can see the potential in every player when they come to the table, when they come up with their creative shots and their great plays. Nice shot from Blake. It's going to come around perfect for the blue. Opposite angle though, what he wanted, but still works. Yeah, he has that red at the top of the table that he could have worked with too. I'm not sure if he went too far or not. 5 more points makes it 32. He's got a couple different options. The only reason he's not really liking the blue, I'm thinking, is because of the opposite angle, taking him up table instead of down table where he wants to go. He can still power this off 2 rails to come back up though if he wanted to, or even off 1. Yeah, he played it off 1. Great stroke, nice power. Good for another 5 points, which puts him at 38. A couple different options here. The brown or the green will work. You can also take the blue if you felt like doing that. Much longer shot, a little bit more challenging this angle. Good choice on the brown. A little bump on the red will help here too. Four to 3 to 14. Couple of reds and blacks away from winning this frame. Blue for another 5, makes it 49. Now he's got that angle that he was looking for to open up that pink and the black. And even if he doesn't really want to open it up, he kind of has to. Instead of now or in a couple of shots from now. Thinking now is probably the better option. That's what he's thinking too. He's going to open it up. Got a pretty nice line here for the pink ball also. Tempting to go for the shot here. I'm assuming he will. He thought that was in. He was already walking around. We'll come up short, and there's 35 points on the table at the moment, which will put him down by 1 point. So technically, he needs one safety at the moment, one hook. Decent. He left a small kicking window here. Very small. He's got to hit it right next to that brown ball. Yeah, that's all he could do, just hit it. And unfortunately for him, he's going to leave the shot on the red. Oh, he's going to miss that red. Nice try. And it almost goes into the other pocket, but it'll spit out instead. And he's left an awkward shot here, queuing over top of the pink. It's gonna overcut it. Just missed it. So he's currently 32 down. And there's 35 on the table. Blake has a chance to be able to steal this frame right now. But he needs a good hit. Just nicked it. Didn't really give him anything to work with here on the kick shot, and the yellow ball's away from the rail, makes it a little bit more difficult to hit. He's gotta go almost straight as straight as he can near that green ball, and then spin his way over to the left side of the table. This would be the easier hit from the top of the table and back into it, but I think that brown's just in the way of it. Oh yeah, move anything. Oh, he moved that blue ball. So it'll be a 5.5. Wow. Oh man. Almost made that. Good effort there, man. I mean, it was never really going to go in unless they hit that absolutely perfect, but that was a really nice effort. Really nice effort. Almost hit that nailed into the pocket, man. Now, if that was a 9-foot table, that ball was in for sure. But on a snooker table, it's going to get spat out. Yeah, really nice shot there. Part of that one with some authority. Just stroking at will now. He's already won the frame at 71 points. He won it a few shots ago, a couple of shots ago, actually. Three to one. Blake's on the hill. So he's taking a quick breather. So in the meantime, I could use a little breather too. How about some highlights from the Central Canadian once again? It's about 4 minutes of highlights. These are all from the Central Canadian Snooker Championships that just came up. I want to say just before May. Can't remember exactly when the day was. February? Yeah, I think it was February. Back in February. Check it out. Very nice shot, Dave. It was a makeable shot, and he was really focused on that one. Oh, and what a shot from Randy. Wow, what a shot, man. Nice shot from Randy on that one. Oh, and what a beautiful shot that was. Oh, and that was a beautiful shot. Oh, and he makes another good shot there. Oh, what a beauty shot. Billy makes a nice shot on the red. Oh, and he makes another double. I don't know, it's just habit.
Yeah, I think that's more so to get you used to keeping your head still after you've, stroked the ball. That's
Oh, very
excellent
nice.
shot. Excellent shot.
Beautiful pot on the blue, man. Nice pot there from Steve Kenyans. It's going to force it into the pack. That's going to work out decent. Man, he dug right into that one. Ooh, that was juicy. Oh, no, he was trying to make a big shot. And he's going to make the black ball. Very good shot. So heel nail to the table. Beautiful shot there on that one. Nice pot. Looking for two snookers, or Blake had to make a ball. Beautiful shot there too. Nice shot, Blake. Oh, and he makes a killer shot there.
Nice
Beautiful
pot.
shot.
Nice pot for
Very good.
Elvis.
We're back into it, and Albert's gonna come out swinging with that nice long red. Trying to get the snooker here because he's got all the blockers at the top of the table. As long as it gets behind the pink, he'll be good. Oh, nice hit,
What a
man.
hit.
Very nice pot. He went for it, man.
He struck that one really good. So
Very nice plant. Oh, what a beauty. Nice breakout, man. Wow.
I think 24. There's a nice pot.
Very nice.
Good shot.
I think he's got small window to open things up here. Oh, he
There
opened
we
it up
go.
beautiful.
Good to factor in on the final score, right?
Oh, what a cut.
Okay, nice.
And if I can make it, then usually I'm good to go. Beautiful pot on that one from Sahil. Nice shot on the pink. All right, so that was the highlights for the Central Canadian. Albert Kinney becoming the consecutive champion. Won it last year, won it this year. We had Sahil Nayar come out and play in this event this year, and it was an entertaining watch to have him play in the tournament. Very calm and very focused, and just an excellent player altogether. So these guys just started now, and Blake's got 6 points, so we're going to get going on the scoreboard here. He's up 3-1 on the hill, looking for one more win. If he can win this frame, it'll be over. If not, then we move into the next frame. Gonna have Darcy Michael join me on the mic shortly, and he'll be on for a few minutes, checking things out and interacting a little bit about the event. Making some nice positional play here to get onto the black. And the reds are still kind of clustered, so he can't really just get out here, but he's got the opportunity to be able to create that out. He'll make the black ball for an extra 8. Nice little soft touch to the side pocket. But now, Darcy's here with me now, joining in. It is on now, yeah. So the start of this match had Gurdesh Singh kind of starting off with, you can't hear? Oh, hang on. All right. Gotta move this around. Oops. Can you hear?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't hear it right now. I have to switch over.
I can hear you.
Now these other chords, I just don't know where they are. Oh, I know where they are. Well, as long as you can hear me, that's all that really matters. You can hear me good though, right?
Hear you perfect.
Okay. All right, so no idea what's going on with the points. He was at 19 at some point, and he's on the table still. I believe he's the first one to strike. I just don't know what colors he hit, which I'm assuming he probably hit all black so far.
Jeez, that was a bad break. Donnie just got there on the joining table is on a black ball game, and he tried to play the black ball safe and scratched in the corner. So tomorrow we're going to have a designated scorekeeper on the side.
Oh yeah, that'll be good.
So we got Charlie, one of our helpers, is going to give us a hand with that.
You know, if there's anything they can change to make snooker better, would be a table that can take the points as you make them.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, at the Canadians, they have the like notepads. Like everybody's got a, and when I was there last year, it was the opponent's. If your opponent was at the table, it was the other player's responsibility to mark the balls as they're made. So it would go. They had a special app made up.
Yeah.
So they have a red ball. So if you made a red, blue, red, green, you just keep pushing the.
Oh yeah, I've
colors,
seen the
right?
snooker score. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So this way, that just keeps a running score, and it's real simple, right? But again, that's at the Canadians, and they use that in Ontario. You know,
Yeah.
so who knows? Eventually, one day, we'd like to build ourselves up to that level where we have iPads for scorekeeping, right? That'd be nice.
Yeah, it's a software. I think the software is around like 1100. What's the UK pounds?
Pounds, yeah.
Because the guy lives in the UK, the guy that created that score system. I got a chance to meet him maybe 5 years ago out in Ontario. I got a chance to meet him.
Okay.
That's when he first developed that system. And it's really simple. You just hit the buttons and easy to track.
Yeah, there's a fellow I met there. He's a player, Presley. He looks after all the iPads. I think he's an IT guy.
Okay.
He's also part of the Ontario Association. So
Oh yeah.
they got a lot of good people there that are helping out with their snooker association.
I like the way that Blake's played so far in this match because, like I said in the beginning, Gurdesh was like comfortable. You could see like he was the more aggressive player. He was really comfortable getting started, but then he had to give a chance to Blake, and then Blake showed him how comfortable he is on the table. And ever since then, it's just been Blake on the striking end.
Well, you know, like I give, you know, Gurdit a lot of credit. He hardly ever plays. He's come down from Thompson, Manitoba. And there's no snooker tables up there, so he just comes down here and plays in the bigger events. But he's soon going to be moving down to Winnipeg, so and that's great because we get another quality player here. You know, so he'll be able to play a lot more. And
Yeah, you can definitely see that he knows the game well.
yes, oh yeah. He's a young guy too. He's 32 years old, so. He's got a lot of experience playing back home in India. He was competed in their junior nationals. He also owned a little small snooker club in New Delhi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get lucky on the leave. Yeah. There we go. That's
Well,
a little better.
I guess that match is over.
Is it over? Oh, wow.
Blake,
Yeah, because Blake was on the hill already, so he just needed one more.
yeah.
And he was at 50 something.
Okay.
All right, so we'll switch over. We'll watch a couple of frames of these guys, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So we at the joining table, we got Donnie Cheminsky,
Can we get it all set up here?
long-time veteran snooker player from Winnipeg, and Mauro Bifini, another one of our local players that plays out of the 283 club in West Winnipeg. So Donnie I've known for about 40 years, I guess. Mauro I just met within the last couple of years. I think he's originally from Saskatchewan, but he plays quite a bit of snooker out at 283 Legion, or Army Navy 283.
Set up the scoreboard for these guys. I know Mauro's got a really long name, so I gotta.
Yeah, he's got a hyphenated Bifeni Olivano, I believe.
It's by Biafini or something like that.
Bifeni, B-I-E-F.
B-E-I-E.
F.
Oops.
E-N-I.
Like that?
E-N-I, that's right. Bifeni. B-F-E-N-I.
Like that? Biafini?
You could just keep it like that, I guess, for simple. Keep it simple.
I know I got it written down here. I have the list of the players. I'll just put that list up right now. That's
Yeah, Blake. So Blake Martel is in
nice shooting, man.
the final tomorrow. The finals will be tomorrow, a best 5 out of 9 frames at 12 noon local time. Be Blake Martel versus the winner of Cheminsky Bifeni here.
So there's a list of the players. I'm gonna look up his name real quick because I know how to spell things properly. Yeah, Fanny. So I got it backwards. It's I-E, not E-I.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's 1-0 for Mauro over Donnie.
That was the first frame?
Yeah.
All right. Different kinds of players. You know, there's safety style player, there's the aggressive style player, there's the guy that goes for everything, and the guy that only goes for shots that really matter. But I find that there's all sorts of styles here in this event this year. Where, like, I remember a couple of years ago when I first started playing snooker, a lot of the stuff was pretty standard snooker where guys would just leave long shots all the time, but now they're a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Which I think makes the game a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah. Well, both these guys are more methodical players, I would say. Donnie and Mauro as well. But tomorrow, you know, when he gets in there, he had a 50 and a 60 run, I believe, break in his match against Steve Kinnan, so he can score when he gets in the balls.
Yeah.
You know, but you know,
That match, Kerry Shapaya against Donnie, that was 3-1 for Donnie and frames, and then Kerry came back to tie it up at 3-3, and then Kerry had to lead by like 20-something points, but then he ended up losing.
see you soon, Gert. Yeah, just saying goodbye to Gerdit. He's going to be heading back up to Thompson, Manitoba, so we'll see him again shortly on the scene here. He's going to be moving down here, so.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a nice strong pot.
Very nice.
Yeah. The thing about Donnie, he's got a lot of experience in big matches. You know, he's played in the World Amateur a couple of times. He's had some success out east, you know, in the 80s. I know he had a couple of deep runs in the Canadians.
Yeah.
I think he got to the semis once for sure, I think twice. So he's a scrapper out there, man.
It's a little bit off angle on the blue one, but you can just roll it forward a little bit. You can draw back instead of going for the longer red.
And Donnie also, he was the 1989 Manitoba champion. And that's just before he moved out to Toronto. He spent 15 to 20 years in Toronto before he moved back here.
That's the current hotspot for snooker right now, right? Yeah, I'll see you, man. Good shooting.
12 noon, Blake start. Okay. So Blake's on his way. We'll relax, have a nice relaxing night, I'm sure. Get
Yeah.
ready for his final match tomorrow. Ooh.
Missed the pack on that one.
Didn't quite dig into it enough to curl it into the balls. But Donnie's a battler, man. Like you're in for a battle when you get this guy on the table.
Yeah.
He'll struggle, but he'll always give it 100%.
I watched him play a few times. Pretty good player.
Mm-hmm. Donnie elects to play a safety, gets an unlucky horn on the way back.
Yeah, he's trying to miss that horn altogether. He's kind of lucky it didn't bounce back into the reds.
Yeah.
Oh, and Morrow's got the first frame.
Yeah. I won it on the block
I had
ball.
Donnie on it.
Donnie went in off on the black ball to lose the first frame.
Was Morrow from Winnipeg?
Well, he is now, but like I said, I believe he's from Saskatchewan originally. I'm not sure how long he's lived here. I've only met him 1 to 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I know, like I said before, he plays a lot at the Army Navy 283. He's there quite a bit. Tim and Dave Larson go at it quite a bit out there.
Does he only play snooker, or is he a pool player too?
As far as I know, he's a pure snooker player. Like a lot of the guys here, you know, like Donnie's played a little bit of 8-ball back in the day, but almost exclusively snooker his whole time. And heard it, same thing. I talked to him. He says he's played very little pool, all snooker.
It's tough to play pool and snooker.
Well, Yeah, I mean, Albert Kenny I spoke with too. He never plays pool, never has. He's
Yeah.
always been strictly a snooker player. You know, he grew up in Ireland, and his dad was a quality player apparently, and inspired him to take up the game. But you know, he played in the UK leagues and the juniors, and he used to travel around as a junior with Mark Allen, who was in like a top 8 player on the world tour. But I talked to him about that. He just says, you know, I don't play pool because it screws up my cue action.
Yeah.
You know, some people do. You know, they play both.
It's so different, man. Like I spent about 2 months of playing snooker, and then I went back to playing 8-ball, and I couldn't do a draw shot, and my break was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, before playing snooker, my jump shot was on spot, and my break was massive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just little things that change in your game. You know, your stroke gets cleaner, your stance and your fundamentals get cleaner, but then when you switch over, it's like having to remember how to play all over again.
Yeah. Well, like you say, with fundamentals, like with snooker, the snooker tables are higher than pool tables, right?
Yeah.
So generally, you got a long, big, huge table and a lot of, you know, whereas pool is more congested, I guess, and so fundamentally there's differences, right? You know, like you'll notice the snooker player that. Almost every coach will tell you to keep your cue tight to your body, rub it up against your chest as you're cueing the ball, right? Whereas a pool player, you'll see a lot of them have it out here.
Outside, yeah.
You know, like watch Strickland, and you know. Whereas the snooker coaches tell you to glide it along your chest. That helps you keep your cue straight, right?
I gotta update the squares. 27 for Donnie.
Okay, well, Donnie's got a chance here to score a few more points. We,
Almost followed it in.
yeah. Well, he's feeling a little nervous, you know. He's in the semifinals, and you know, he's making a good count of himself. See, I know he's been struggling a little bit with his game. He lost in the seniors finals to Karachapaya, so he redeemed himself, I guess you could say, here by winning that match over Kerry, but. So he's gonna either play safe, or he might not like this shot to cut in. I think he might play safe here. But you know what? He might go for it too, because play in such a way where he's not gonna give up a red. So he comes down to the left side of the table. Yeah, so let's play the safety, but I don't like the way he hit that. He knows it too. He went. I know what Donnie's thinking. I've known him a long time. He's, you know, he does the way you call it decel on your stroke, where you just pull it back and you don't really deliver it full through, right? You kind of stop halfway through.
Couple different options here: brown, green, pink. Brown gives him a nice stun draw line. The green gives him a nice wide angle to move with, and with the pink, you can pop into the reds if you want to.
Yeah. That's how aggressive he's feeling, but
I only have the one camera on this one. I was gonna look all the different angles, so I can't do it.
That's fine. But I don't know what he's going to do. It's hard to tell that angle on that pink. I don't think he has an angle to draw them into the pile. You might have to screw off the back rail.
And those reds aren't lined up in a good way right now.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, he might have could have made it put a little bit of side spin on that and spun it and got into the pile. Okay, now, so all the spots are taken, so he's got to put it as close to the pink spot as possible towards the black spot of the end of the table. He's trying to line it up there.
So in the event, because right now all the colors are on their spot, in the event that the pink cannot fit on that spot, where does it go?
Well, okay, so this would go directly
It goes above the reds?
below the reds.
Or
So
yeah,
you,
below the reds.
Yeah, you put it below the pink, the original spot, towards the black end ball spot. So he thinks he got it good there. I don't think he has a shot here. So see how much he opens up these reds here on the way back.
Good
Oh,
try.
did you see that one? Okay, so that's a good shot. I think Ronnie might have this red to the right on, but it's a tough shot. And you know what? If he misses, he's going to go right into the pile. So he's just going to play a safety here. He hit it too thick and upward. Okay, so this
There's a bit of an opportunity here.
I don't know what he's got. He might. I don't think he's got a real good shot other than this one on the right side. If he wants to drop it in with a rest, but I don't know. That's what he's looking at now.
I think he has to settle for the red on the right.
Yeah,
Try to pot it, keep it simple.
yeah. If he hits this one good, he'll have a nice high block to shoot next, which would be great. But this angle here is good. He's just got to hit it. I'm not sure how comfortable of a rest player he is. It's definitely makeable. These pockets are a little more on the generous side too, eh? So
Yeah.
these shots are maybe not as hard as they could be on some other tables, but it's still a very makeable shot. Nice to see my equipment coming into use here. My extendable rest I've put up for the tournament players.
These rests only come out for the tournament, right?
Well, this one, and then I got the spider and the extended spider. Yeah, we just bring them out for tournaments because who knows what would happen to them if we left them out for the casual players. There, he hit that one pretty good, but okay. Well, he can make this, and then he's got the red on the right left side of the cushion there. It's a little off, so gotta pop this black in. Now you just gotta get down and nothing complicated. Just give it a nice smooth stroke. There you go. Perfect. shot. Does he end up on the right side of the blue? No, he doesn't.
He's a little funny on this blue.
Yeah.
And the green doesn't quite work here either. He might stroke for the shot.
Mm-hmm.
Brown will probably be best, but it's a harder shot.
Yeah.
One real punch back up. Worked out okay.
I'm not sure if I would have played that. I probably would have played with a little right spin and spun it off the back cushion, off the side cushion, and come at an angle, right? For me, I don't know. When I see that shot, that's what I prefer to do. Because if you're going in and out of ball colors like that, I prefer to just go through once and then spin it around.
Yeah.
You know?
I see a lot of guys try to hammer like he just did off the rail and back up.
Yeah.
But I'm the same way. Like for me, if I hit that top rail, I'm usually spinning onto another rail coming across.
Yeah, like there he could have put a little bit of right spin on it, went off the back cushion and spun it to the side and back around, right? Rather than go between that porthole twice.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're both very makeable shots, but hmm.
11-point difference between them now.
Yeah. I got a feeling this match is going to be a long match.
Yeah. As I said, we'll just watch a couple other frames because otherwise I'll be here till like 10.
Yeah.
Nice pot.
Nice. Yeah, so luckily this year we have the extra day, you know, so which allowed us to open it up to more players. And now, of course, this year we got 5 tables. Last year, or years before, we only had 4. Yeah, this match will go till probably about 7 o'clock, I would think. Oh,
Oh, he almost got lucky.
yeah, he didn't give it a nice smooth stroke. He stood up a little quickly on that shot.
A 42 to 30, 12-point difference between these guys in the second frame. Now I wonder, why is the snooker table higher than a pool table?
I'm not sure. I believe the regulation height from the slate to the floor is 31 inches
Okay.
for a snooker, whereas pool is 29, I believe, or 20. It could vary, I think, in pool, but most pool tables are a couple inches shorter.
Yeah. I guess that's why the stances are different and stuff too, that extra height.
Yeah. Plus, you know, in the snooker, you got a lot more area to spread yourself out over, right? You know? Oy. Oy, almost hit. You just missed both of them. So that's another 4. What another nail biter here, this frame.
So here he's got the option to spot it back to where it is, or you can take the ball in hand in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, actually. No miss, I believe. Yeah, it's just a foul. Okay, so there you go. In the case of there, that would be that's just a foul because
that's because he scratched.
Yeah.
If he didn't scratch, it would have been a foul and a miss.
Yeah, foul miss.
Okay, I got you.
But there, if you sewer the white, it's a foul. Yeah, scratch. So he gets the ball in the kitchen. Oh, that's a nice spot. So yeah, so that kind of worked out to Donnie's advantage, I think. So this is tough. Okay, so he's gonna, I like this idea. He's gonna drop the pink in. Okay, a couple inches more would have been nice. And you have a nice here, angle out towards the black, but this is still makeable.
And he's a right-handed player too, so he's a little comfortable on this one. This shot specifically is why I learned how to switch to my right hand.
Oh yeah.
I didn't like using the reach for this shot.
Right. Oh, we got a little lucky there.
Yeah, sure he did.
Yeah, I don't know.
Down 1 point after all that.
He's gonna try putting the cue ball down on the ball cushion here. Ooh, but again, he was scared he was gonna foul there, right? Okay. Shot, but he's got an easy hit here, and he can actually hit this one good and stick him behind the black.
Yeah, it looks like he can kick it and hide behind the black at the same time, right?
It's actually, I don't know.
I can't remember. I think you put top spin on this so that way when it hits the rail, it goes bottom.
Yeah, bottom. Okay, he's going to pit. Yeah, he went forward a little too much, but still, it's an easy hit, so he's going to at least leave the distance here.
Bad.
Okay, so Donnie's marking the white ball here. Yeah, we play free foul miss here in Manitoba. We only put 2 putbacks. Usually, like out east, they do 3 putbacks. I don't know why, but for some reason, somebody.
And professional is unlimited, right?
Yeah, pros will put it back until you need snookers, right? But their 3 miss rule is different. Theirs is, okay, if you've got an open red and you miss it 3 times in a row, it's loss of frame.
As an amateur player, that's such a stress, man.
Yeah. We do it this way because, again, we're amateurs and it gives you a bit of, keeps you honest, right? Because this way, you are getting penalized some foul points. It makes it, you got to try and make an honest effort to hit the ball on. Oh, he hit it, just missed it again. So there he's given up 8 points already. He's going to put him back. So now this is the last one. So wherever this ball lands, Morrow has the option of, so like for example, good shot. So there, so it worked out okay. Donnie gave up 8 points, but look at this. He's got him tree-topped on the blue ball, and he left him a tough shot. So what's this? Oh, 42-41.
49.
What
He's
was
got
it?
some points there. Yeah, 49.
Okay, so
7 point lead for Morrow.
Yeah, so this was a big ball, this red one. Well, he came out okay there. A little bit of a fortunate kiss there. Good shot. That was a little bit tricky. Oh, he left him on
That
top of
big
the
bounce is
blue
going to
again.
come in handy.
That could have went wrong if he had hit the red ball into the blue ball, right? But he hit that good.
That's pretty tough, man. You can't really dig into the cue ball, can't I say here.
Yeah. Now, if you're playing all fouls, like this would be really tough because you don't want to touch the blue, right?
Yeah.
I mean, here, we play cue ball fouls unless we have a referee watching, and some people agree with it, some don't, but for me, it's a tough situation when your opponent's acting as your referee as well, right? That can lead to controversy. I've seen it happen, Guys are in a tight match, deciding game or something, and then all of a sudden a guy will call a shirt foul on his opponent or something. I don't agree with those situations, right? They should always have a referee calling that.
I'm surprised he spotted that back because it looked to me like he could make the red from there.
Yeah.
But he's got a better chance at a better lead now.
Missed
Just
again.
missed it again.
Okay, so Donnie's scoring some ball. He definitely put him back again.
Yeah, and that time he's going to have to give it back for sure. 1 point lead.
Yeah. Again, he missed. Looks like he hit pretty close to the same spot all 3 times. So now it's a little tricky, right? So Donnie can make Morrow shoot again from here.
Oh, okay. So he
Right.
doesn't have to take the shot if he doesn't want to.
Exactly. Or say if he would have hooked him on that shot, well, then he could put him in for 3 missed starting from that position. See? It resets, right? Yeah, made the right, went for it. Not an easy shot, that one, when you're close to the cushion like that.
Yeah, and he was kind of hidden as a two-way, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
See, here I'd probably do like a bank save. Bank the red ball back towards that pink and put the white ball by the brown.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I would play it. That's the second time he's played a side to side. That's a 9-ball safety that he's just played there.
Yeah, like, I don't know about that. That can go. For me, I always, look to leave distance, right?
Yeah.
Leave him a 12-foot shot rather than, because he could have easily just left Donnie an easy safety from there, right?
Yeah. That's the experience, though, right? That's the more you battle, the more you learn from that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Separate again.
Oh, it just bent off the rail. It was actually going pretty good. I call it a sliding cushion for these kick shots and bank shots because, like, on an 8-ball or 9-ball table, when you hit the bank, it's always true to our style. But when you hit that same bank on a snooker table, it slides over a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of the cut of the rails are a little different, so
Yeah.
the bank doesn't respond quite as good. Meaning, so like if the contact point is here and the ball's hitting here, and 8-ball or 9-ball come off like that. But when you do that shot in snooker, it comes off like this. So instead of coming like this, it comes off like that. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time trying to get out of trouble on these tables, man.
I think the speed of how you hit the cue ball plays in too. If you hit it harder, it'll the angle will sharpen on, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas if you play it softer, it'll widen the angle, I think.
Yeah, no, that's the way it goes, yeah. What's the highest run so far?
78. Blake had a 78. There's been 3 or 4 60 breaks in this run. Nothing too crazy, I guess.
Yeah.
Morrow, I think, had a 62 break in the deciding frame with Steve Kenyon's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. 60s will win you most frames at this level.
Yeah.
I mean, 40s, 40 break will get you a long way at you know, at this standard of play. Okay, so he's looking good here.
Bit of a stretch shot here to get onto the green. And from the green, he's got the brown, so he's got to watch the pace on this one also.
Well, he should be able to. Okay, now he's on. Okay. He's got to put a nice stroke on this. Very makeable. Okay, so what's the damage here?
60 to 54, he's up by 6.
So 6, 10. So this in the blue would be his game ball.
Yeah, 22 points on the table right now.
He made it. He kind of jumped up a bit on that shot, but he's still he's feeling the heat a little bit, right?
Yeah. He tried too hard to make it.
Yeah. You could tell in the way he hit that last shot, he's feeling the heat. And hey, I've been there, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and he's got a 1-game lead, so like that was a chance to get 2-game lead.
Yeah.
A little bit extra pressure.
Yeah. And you know what? He's in the semifinals. I'm sure he's, you know, I'm not sure how many semifinals he's been in the past. But he's making a good account of himself here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's going to go down to the black, as long as Don makes the pink.
So one thing you'll notice with the pros, right? They hit everything so smooth, eh? You don't see much, you know, body language and stuff after they cue the ball, right? They're just...
But they work on that stuff. I mean, I work on it now, too, that I'm playing again.
Yeah.
Just to stay down as long as you can.
Yeah.
That one. He's going to set it up, too.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay, well, this is safe. He definitely could have. I don't know. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna? I just put it behind the pink behind the black.
That's what I'm thinking he would do. Yeah.
Yeah, roll it behind the black and just put the pink up tail. But then you run the risk of leaving the pink ball. Yeah, I don't like that shot.
Because all he's done here is given himself a spot where he can get hooked now.
Yeah, like he's leaving him an easy, potential hook, but then he's got a 1, 2 to the side rail, 3 to the back cushion safety here. He might just chip it down the table. I'm not sure what he's going to do.
I'm thinking he's going to use a block as a safe. As a blocker.
Let's see, he totally decelled on that stroke again.
Yeah. Now he's giving him a shot at the pink. And this is a decent shot at the pink because it's complementary angle for the black, so shoot it.
Yeah, but Morrow's up 5, so he doesn't need the black. He just needs the
He just needs the pink, yeah.
So both these guys are feeling a bit of nerves here, which is totally understandable. I'm sure most snooker players can relate to that. You haven't played much snooker if you don't.
Yeah. Nice pot. That's all we needed.
Okay, we must be missing something here because
yeah, according to my score, it'd be 70 to 6. Or
yeah,
59.
so apparently it is a black ball finish. We had the score wrong, folks.
So what do they got over there? They got 62 to 64 minus by what's going on this table at the moment.
So he's got a shot here. He's got to go for it.
Risky.
Oy vey, but look where he left it.
Not bad. Still makeable though.
Yeah, he got lucky there, man. Is this I mean, this is makeable, and mind you, the generous pockets is going to help Donnie here.
Mm-hmm.
But he's tight to the cushion of the black ball, so Donnie's got to give it a go here. No question.
He needs the right pace. It can't be soft. It can't be hard. It has to be all medium
Yeah,
pace.
he's going to give everything he's got here. Nice shot. Nice shot. Okay, so 1-1. Hang on, I got to talk to these guys.
Yep. Do your thing, man. 1-1. All right, so it's respotted black.
Yeah, sorry, folks. We had the, unfortunately, we had the wrong score up. But, okay, so this is a good, well, he's
Went a little bit too far. I don't think he goes for the shot here anyway,
a
but
little bit too far, but that's generally the way the pros play that respot black now to the side cushions.
crazy.
We got lucky there again. But
Yeah.
back in the day on a respot black, we used to run the black ball down the spots to the other end of the table.
Mm-hmm.
But now you see the pros play it similar to that, where they'll put the white on one side cushion and the black on the other.
Yeah. Very popular 9-ball safety shot.
Yeah. See, Johnny's thinking there, you know what? He purposely left him tight to the back cushion, which is good.
Yeah.
That was his whole intention there.
Oh, and now on this shot, like you can't hit this soft, you can't get this
Yeah,
hard. He's
in
gonna go
top.
for it.
Yeah, he's got to cue it good, but it is a potable shot. Okay, so he's I'd say a good shot. He probably played it that way. I guess he did. You know.
All right, so we'll put the score up for these folks so they can see that the score is actually tied at 70.
That's a lot of points scored in that frame. Eh?
Yeah.
70 and 70, and a black ball would
That's
make it
147.
147 points scored in that frame. Wow.
They basically did one red, black each all the way through.
Yeah. Perfectly played match or
Yeah.
frame, right?
I'm telling you, the score is wrong, man. But like for streaming, you always have to go with the score that the players have.
Yes.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good shot. Okay, this is tough.
Yeah.
Good shot by Donnie. So
You left them really tight here because the bank's not there. The 3 rail safeties are tough to do too. Small chance here.
okay, so he's got to go for this one.
Where does he go? Side or come on?
I go side all
I go
day
side
long.
too. Yeah.
And miss it, what they call to the pro side, which means you favor the outside of the pocket. So if it hits a horn, it's going to kick it back the other way,
Oh yeah.
right? And your cue ball is going to come down. Oh, he
missed the
that
spot.
one. Yeah, he's feeling the heat.
Yeah, but he got okay.
Isn't good.
No, it's going right by the pocket.
Well, maybe it is. It is good. He could have easily.
Stuck to the rail though, so you can take a little stab at this. If
Yeah.
has to hit it with topspin, it'll go in.
But again, I don't know why he didn't try swing the cue ball back down,
Yeah.
say by the black
To make it harder.
spot, right?
That's the inexperience.
There, see?
Yeah, so that's what he should have done. Same thing with that.
Yeah. Like, Fumoro got kind of fortunate there. He didn't leave that ball an inch or two off the rail where Donnie could have potted it.
That's not bad.
No.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Oh, it's going to keep going. Small chance here.
Well, kind of in a distance, this is very potable shot. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the only downside to this shot is that you're trying to hit a pocket weight, so if you don't make it, you're going to leave it over the pocket. He hit it with extra just in case.
He's getting some fortunate rolls here, I would say.
Yeah. The leaves are working out for him.
Yeah, like look at where his cue ball is. Oh,
Nice shot.
good shot. There's a neck or nothing shot and good pot by Donnie. Anyway, I got to have a little chat with these guys.
Yeah,
Rob.
do it up, man.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to make it 1-1 game, best of 7. We're going to cover one more frame, and then I'm going to call it a day, man, because these guys are already about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours into this. They're almost 2 hours into this, and it's 2 frames. So if they go all the way, 7 frames, 7 hours, man, that's a long night. So I'm going to do one more, and then we'll call it a day. Tomorrow I come back for the championship match. Winner of this match plays against Blake Martel tomorrow for the championship.
Back to work. Yeah. Well, I'm only doing one more frame. I want 4 hours sleep, man.
You don't have to do it on our time.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
All right, so they jumped over to the other table now, which is going to give us more camera action, so that's good. We're going to do one more frame. These guys are going to warm up. I'm going to go and have a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm gonna do one more frame and then I'm gonna.
All right, we're doing one more frame. It's already 6 o'clock. I gotta go home, take care of my family. And I'm doing this one because I just want to support the game. But this one has like the feeling that it might be a very, very long match because it's a best of 7. So you can possibly go up to 7 frames. And the frames are averaging about 45 minutes a frame right now. Which, believe it or not, 45 minutes a frame is almost standard in snooker. You get really impressed when you watch the high level players play because then for them, like the frames go in 15, 20 minutes. We got a chance to watch Sahil Nayar and Albert Kenny play in their match. It was the best of 7. Sorry, they went best of 9 and it lasted 2 hours. So at the moment, no points scored. They're just in the middle of getting started in this frame. So no
Okay.
points for either player yet.
So we switch tables, I think?
Yeah.
Okay. Both players are okay with it, so what it does is it frees up one of the other tables for customers.
So I'm assuming tomorrow, then we're gonna have to do the final here.
Yeah,
We can't do it on that one.
no,
Okay.
because then we'd have to block 2 tables, right?
Yeah.
This way we can, there's customers already got 14, 15, and 16 reserved.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we got to play here. This way we could just block this one table and play the final here.
A little bit of body movement on that shot.
Yeah, they're both a little twitchy right now.
I think Donnie's always kind of had that though. He's always got a little bit of body movement.
Yeah. Sometimes more than others, I guess. I mean,
I only noticed it on the more challenging shots where there's a little bit extra pressure. They'll have some body movement, which is standard for most players.
yeah.
And this game, it's hard to like stay down all the time too. You try as much as you can to like keep your head down so the cue ball stops moving, but like
Yeah.
there's so much extra going on mentally and stuff that you're bound to have some body movement.
Yeah. You watch that Zhao Zintong, the Chinese kid that just won the Worlds? Like,
Yeah.
this guy don't move. He's like a robot on the table. Like, nothing moves but his arm, right?
Yeah.
See, there's the shot I'm talking about. See
Yeah.
how Donnie swung the ball around like that?
Yeah. I like that better too, because I mean, technically these rails are there to help you out. And when you do that one rail shot that all these guys do, it kills the speed by half.
Yeah, and this way you're only going through the bulk colors once, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going there and spinning it around, and usually you come out at an angle. Like, he got unfortunate here, but, you know, unless, of course, you have, for some reason, you got to go in and out like that, right? But if you
Yeah.
have a choice.
So you can kind of sort of see a sample as to how this kind of happened with the last game. Because he came up to the table, made 6 points. Now he's going to come up to the table, maybe he'll get 6 points.
Yeah.
He's going to get a small shot at the black here.
Yeah. He'll go for it.
Yeah, he will. He's got a good line for this too, like as far as playing shape for an next ball.
Yeah.
Nice stroke, good delivery.
I played Morrow last year in the provincials here. We had a good match.
Seems like a pretty decent player.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was. I managed to get up 3-0 on him, and then he came back 3-2, and then had a real tight frame there to win it 4-2. I was felt real light. It was a long match too. Well,
As soon as he hit the rail, it was over on
he
that
didn't
shot.
seem like set himself good on that one.
A little bit is getting used to the table too, a little bit.
Well, I think they play pretty similar. The cloth is relatively, they was put on at the same time, the same within a day of each other. And the pockets are all the same size here and on all 5 tables. Well, actually, the one table here, 14 behind me, the pockets are actually bigger because the shelf on the table is shorter, right?
Yeah.
Whereas these ones, the shelves are slightly deeper. But yeah, this table 14 behind me here, I mean, they're like buckets there.
Oh, yeah. That's where I go for confidence.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I run a century.
Yeah. Never hit a ball in the center of the pocket once, but you run 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 2 centuries here actually over my practice time, and it was my first time doing it.
Practice hundreds, yeah.
Yeah. But they were, so the way I set up is I rack the balls like you normally would for a frame, but instead of breaking from the bulk line, I break close, soft break, and then I run red, black, red, black. That's how I got the 2 centuries.
Yeah, I do the lineup here quite a bit. I try and do a clearance, eh?
Yeah.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I, get 100 break going, and I almost had a clearance the other day. I set it up and missed the black ball on the last one, but I've had a few different total clearances with the lineup. There's different ways to set up the lineup, right? But it's a big one. Stephen Hendry used to do the lineup. He wouldn't stop unless he did it 10 times in a row, every day. So that was his practice routine when he was growing up. But now they do the T drill, which is pretty popular, where you put 5 reds between the pink and the black, and then 5 off to each side.
Yeah.
They call that the T drill, I think.
Oh, I seen it.
Yeah, Blake actually had a maximum doing that drill, like all blacks, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple different variations for that drill.
Yeah.
So for me, like I noticed a lot of people will put three reds below the blue.
Mm-hmm.
I put my 3 reds above the black.
Yeah.
And I start off from there.
Yeah.
So like right off the hop, I got the tough slice, and then I go into the black. And so the reason why I can't do good on that one is because I'm OCD sort of. So I go in order. I try to make every red ball in order.
Yeah.
And if I miss the order, it scrambles my brain. I can't accept it, you know? So then I reset all the time.
Yeah. Well, the idea, I think, Stephen Hendry says if you're doing the line drill, if you miss, start again.
Yeah, that's what I do all the time.
Try make it a challenge, right? Because that's what it is. You can when you're practicing, you can create like a pressure situation yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like challenge yourself. Okay, I'm going to try this rather than just getting out there and knocking balls around and getting sloppy, right?
Yeah.
But, So I mean, one thing, like I said about snooker is I love practicing. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't think I've ever spent more than 10 minutes in a row in my life practicing on a bar box. Right? Some people do, but snooker. I mean, I've got into it and wired, and 2-3 hours
Yeah.
go by, and
You don't even realize it.
yeah.
For me, like snooker, the reason I appreciate it is because it's really mentally frustrating, especially when you're doing these little line drills and then you screw up like 4 or 5 shots and you were into a rhythm and then you lost it, you know, and then you got to start all over again.
Yeah.
So for me, I appreciate the challenge mentally that it offers for me as a player to reset every time.
Yeah. So Donnie's on here. Nice. Okay, he's got a nice a touch too high, but he's okay here. No, I think he's perfect. He's just got to drop this one in, and he's going to roll up, and he should have a nice angle on the black ball here. Okay, again, our pockets here are a little more on the generous side, so these shots are you know, more makeable than some tables. See?
Yeah, that one hit the cushion and went in.
Yeah, just accepted the ball, right? I mean, for me, I'm okay with having the pockets a little more generous, right? Because, you know, we're amateurs after all, right? So no need to have super tight tables, and then, you know, look at that. He's got a nice is that the right? Yeah, okay.
22 plus 8 is 30.
Nice.
Yeah, he four-stroked it a little bit there.
Yeah,
Great
but
execution.
he's got that red there. Another inch would have been nice, but he's feeling good. See, here's the thing: you get on a roll, you're making balls, and you're just feeling a rhythm, eh? You know, now you get in there, and these shots that are a little bit tougher, you just get up there and pop them in because you're feeling it, eh? See, he hit that one good. Nice rush shot now. Okay. He'll probably just drop this one in and try get on that side cushion there. Because if he tries powering it too much, you know.
It's a missable shot.
Yeah, like here, I think he's just going to use that angle and get on that red on the cushion there.
Yeah, because he can just take a shot to the corner and draw back.
He's looking at the angle, you know. Nice. Okay. So give him a... Okay. Unfortunately, he landed up straight on this, but again, he can just drop it in. Nothing fancy. You know, Donnie's a good match player, so, you know, he can probably maybe just take the rest of the points that are there and not try to force anything and play him safe. You know, he's got a big lead, you know.
I wonder what he's looking at here.
Combination.
Oh, that camera has been reset.
Okay, yeah, okay. So he's looking at, this would be nice if he makes it because he opens up the pile.
Oh, he
Nice.
did make it. Nice shot.
Okay, so now,
A little stuck here. Tough blue or a tough black. The blue is a little bit easier. That was a tough shot still.
man. Okay, so he made some good balls there. In control of this frame. you know.
So I got the wrong score. He's
I'm
got
surprised. Well, no, I guess that black, but again, that high black there with these pockets, you know, if you're feeling it, it's a makeable shot. He could have maybe popped the black in and ran into those two reds, but
there. Oh, and it looks like he shook up his opponent a little bit there.
yeah.
And you can tell because it felt like Morrow actually felt like he had to reply with another big run.
Hmm. I think he's got this one to the side.
That's going to open up the pink ball
Just
too.
pop it down to the black. Nice. Now he's going to just drop this one in, and he's got a red there on the back cushion. Oh, he's perfect. Donnie's feeling more comfortable now. He's got a nice lead. He's, you know. He wiped its feet a little bit, but here he's got a good angle. Might be just what he needs, a nice quick frame and in control. Okay, so he's kind of, you might want to follow it through a little bit and play one of them reds to the side pocket.
Yeah, I like that idea. The other option would do a hard draw, which you don't really want to do a hard draw here. In snooker,
Okay.
the ball's going a little bit easier when you're following through than when you're trying to stun or draw.
Yeah, so I think he tried to, yeah, well, yeah, okay. He tried to come up for that red by the, I guess, yeah, that's the right shot. I wasn't thinking that was a little more wide open.
Yeah, because he's just in control here now. Just needs a couple of reds and he's good.
Yeah, he doesn't have to do anything fancy. Just win the frame now. It's already won. Yeah. Seven, yeah, this frame's done. So another rule we put in here is if a player needs more than 3 snookers at any point, the frame's automatically over.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that gives him the 74 points to win the frame. $51 points available on the table. I would put him at 63 if he can get up. When you require 2 snookers at the moment. But Donnie just potted another ball, so that's an extra snooker already. Nice little hit there.
Yeah.
Puts him at 81.
So here he's feeling good. He's free flowing. The frame's in the bag. He's just gonna, there's nothing to feel nervous about. Okay, so I think Donnie'd like nothing more here than to clear up the colors. Get him in a nice rhythm going into the next frame.
Yeah. Intimidation for his opponent, too.
Yeah, nothing. Well, everything's there. Okay, you know what? I just pull it over, leave a high black just like that. Okay, now you just,
Natural line for the yellow.
yeah. Yeah, he was a little in between on that. Like he, ideally he'd like to be a touch higher. This way he could just roll that black in, come right straight off the back cushion, past the blue ball, and right on the yellow. Anyway.
Okay, Donnie, one more.
Okay, we're gonna stick around for
One more. Yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot longer than that.
Yeah.
Oh, and I stopped the clock accidentally. I resetted it. What you need to find investors for sponsors is for highest break and 147. So that way, like in every event that you have, there's people chasing it, right? Because that's how you get people competing higher and higher when they're chasing for money.
Yeah, well, I do have one of our sponsors for the Central Canadian already offered up to add in a nice little bit extra for a high run prize next year.
Cool.
Well, we got to figure out when we're going to do it. Like we did it in February long weekend.
Yeah.
And ideally it works great for us here because, it's family day long weekend and we get that extra day on Monday to play. But not too many out of town people are too keen about coming to Winnipeg in the middle of winter, right?
Plus, that's the Western Canadians and pool at that time.
That too, yeah. But again, there's more and more snooker going on. Like they got a few snooker clubs in the States and there's here in Calgary, Toronto. I mean, it's going to be hard to just because there's so much 8-ball stuff going on, right?
Tons, yeah.
And again, I'd say there are some that play both pool and snooker, but I'd say right now the majority of the people playing snooker are like they exclusively snooker. Okay, like most, there's a few people that play a little 8-ball as well, or but yeah, you don't get too many. Like it'd be great to see some of these top. Some of our top pool players, Junior and Sean Monkman and Johnny Baptiste, to see some of these guys come out, and Sean Monkman and Junior both played in a couple of events here in the last few years. I think Sean made it to the finals.
Yeah, I have some highlights from him.
Yeah.
He made it to, I think it was against Blake, semifinal or final, one of the two.
Yeah, in one of the handicap events. So he's, I mean, these are young guys. They got great, like Dwayne Doherty. Okay, he's done well in a few of these that we've had, some of the handicap tournaments. He's knocked out some good snooker players in the events. So, but again, there's just to each their own, right? Some people are more into the pool and the 8-ball and in the bar pool, but most of the people who try and aspire to improve their snooker game or just stick in a snooker, I think.
Yeah, I think at some point every player has to make a choice. For me, I'm an 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball player, and that's where I mainly work my game. But when I started training snooker, my game became so much better. But then when I went to the 9-foot tables, it's just ugly, really ugly.
Yeah.
So then I stopped playing snooker while I was doing my playoffs, and now my playoffs are done, so I'm just focusing on snooker.
Yeah.
Next year, I'm thinking about sticking to snooker.
Yeah, like, again.
It's more satisfaction when you get on the table. If you run 32 points on a snooker table, it feels like running out 4 racks in 8-ball. Like it's the same feeling. And I ran 4 racks against people. You feel pretty good when you do that. But like I'm saying, that the centuries that I got, I was possessed, man. I don't even know when I started getting into those heavy numbers because I had no idea what was going on. I was just making the ball, man, and every ball was going in. You can't get that kind of focus out of pool. You just can't. But in snooker, you can.
Well, I'm not going to disrespect any game. They're both tough games, to play at a top level,
Mm-hmm.
So it depends which one you enjoy and you go with it, It's, like snooker's your game, great. If you like doing jumping back and forth, great,
It's so tough to do, but yeah, that's me
Yeah.
right now.
But yeah, I truly believe if you're going to excel in one or the other, you should be probably sticking to, there's a few pool players I know. Alex Pagalayan, he still plays great snooker. I played him this past year in Calgary in February. I went out for a tournament and I got out of my round robin group and I played Alex Pagalayan. He ran an 80 and a 70 on me.
Yeah.
And then while he was hitting balls, one day he ran I think it was a 135 break. Like he can play snooker. So don't think that, some of these pool players are cripples at snooker. That's crazy.
No.
Guys like that who dedicate their whole lives to playing and practicing and hitting, thousands of balls. Like they can, if they applied themselves here, I'm not saying they'd be world beaters, but they'd be top amateurs or probably, I mean, that's what I believe. It's,
Yeah, it's unfortunate that a lot of people are afraid of this table, man, because of the size. But the reality is, it's so good for development for whatever it is you're looking to become as a pool player or a snooker player.
mm-hmm.
There's no better answer than getting on these tables and just working your game out.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about snooker is that it'll start you off right from the fundamentals. Because if your fundamentals aren't any good, you're not making a ball.
Yeah. Well, again, if you're training and you're working on fundamentals and basics and all that kind of stuff, and doesn't matter what game you apply yourself to, you're probably going to get some results, right?
Yeah. I actually think that in order for you to become, okay, so there's a process to becoming a player in pool and a process to becoming a player in snooker. But if you're an experienced pool player, like I played pool for, I think it was 18 years, 19 years before I started playing snooker.
Yeah.
And so the transition from pool to snooker was a lot easier because my fundamentals already mastered at a decent level. My stroke was pretty clean. It wasn't great, but it was pretty clean. So I had a good starting point for snooker, where if I just started in snooker without any pool background,
Yeah.
I'd be learning for a few years before I get a chance to really enjoy the game and be competitive. And I think that development would be a little bit tougher for a player coming in scratch versus a player that has a background in a different billiard sport or cue sport.
Yeah. Well, again, okay, so there was let's call him a top pool player in Winnipeg recently. I'm not going to mention who he was, but we're having a discussion one day, and he's, as far as I know, only ever played bar box 8-ball and had quite a bit of success at it. So he says one night, well, just because you can play good snooker doesn't mean you can play good 8-ball. Okay. And, okay, well, you know what? I don't want to argue with the guy, but I've known some great snooker players who became great bar box players too, and pool players, okay? Bernie Mickelson, Randy Pruden, Brady Golan, all are snooker players first, and they all became very top-notch pro-level pool players, okay, and bar box. Bernie Mickelson won the year I went to Vegas in '95 for the VNEA. He won the Masters 8-ball, right? And Bernie's an ex-snooker pro, converted to pool.
Yeah.
And he was living in the States then. I watched him play a 9-ball match on the 9-foot table for $1,000 a match against this road player by the name of James Walden. He was from Oklahoma, big money player.
Yeah.
And Bernie beat him for $3,000. Okay, and again, Bernie was, you can Google him. He was ranked, I think, 37th in the world in snooker at one time. But he primarily went from snooker to pool and became very good. Now, you probably don't see players like that much,
Not so
Because-
much anymore, no.
Yeah, because back then, you know, all these older guys, generation guys, you know, they started out playing snooker in Canada. You know, Randy Pruden, okay, he was a snooker player before he ever jumped on a pool table. You know, and then he won the Canadian 9-ball championship. Andy's won singles and 8-ball, and you know,
Yeah.
so the thing is, if your fundamentals are solid at either game, and you decide to switch, you're probably going to be pretty good, I think, at either game.
Yeah.
If you dedicate yourself, right?
I think so. That's
You
the
know?
process of what happened to me. Like my fundamentals are good, and I'm not a great snooker player, but like I can handle myself. Especially when I'm training, I can handle myself really well. But if I'm not training, it makes no difference.
Well, that's the thing. You know, you get out what you put in, right?
Yeah.
You know.
But it's I don't know. It's the mental game from one to the other is so gruesome for a player, man. Like for me, I have strong 8-ball mentality, and I felt like I'm pretty good with my snooker mentality too when it comes to focus. But when I was training and I was running those centuries, when I went to go play regular pool,
Yeah.
I was losing to everyone, and it was so frustrating that I just didn't want to play no more.
Yeah.
So like there's pockets of stress that a player will feel when you're playing various styles of games that might even force you away from the game because you can't understand that there's a process, a growth process in order for you to be competitive in both disciplines. And that's what I'm going through now is I'm going back to square one and just trying to remember how to make the shot and how to just control the cue ball a little bit more on the table. And
Yeah. Anyway, so Donnie hit a nice. I like the way he's hitting the ball now. He's a little
Yeah, he's
more
hitting it good.
confident with his stroke, and he's getting in there. He's
once these guys get in stroke and they play back to back, they become more dangerous. If you give them like a 20-minute window of break, then they have to get warmed up again. But usually if they're playing back to back, they'll get in the zone.
and this is Donnie's game right there. He's good at sticking into the back rail. You know, not halfway down, like right down to the back rail. Like he's
You barely give him a clip on a red too.
yeah.
One thing that I don't know how to get over is when you play on the snooker table for so long, then you go into a 9-foot, 7-foot, or 8-foot. It's hard to respect the table. It's hard to look at the pockets like they're a challenge because you'll feel like they're not a challenge after playing on the snooker table for so long. And
Well-
that's something I got to figure out how to get over.
Well, you know, I guess each individuals are different, right? You know, okay. So if someone, for example, has played snooker their whole life, maybe say they played, and they've never really got past maybe an average or slightly above average level, and then they decide to play pool. Well, you know what? They're probably not going to become a top pool player either, right?
But you'll be competitive.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? I mean, so it's the same thing. Like, you know, like Brady, these guys I mentioned, these guys I know, Randy, like they were all top level players. So when they decided to switch to the other game, whatever it was they had, they just applied themselves to that game and became top pool players too, right? Because they're winners. You know, they know how to get in there and win. You know.
Yeah. It's the composure too that they build over the training sessions and as they go through these ups and downs. 14 for Donnie. Every game has its challenge that it presents to each player, but I think that when it comes to getting an overall game to reassess your game to make it the best that it can be, you can't do it without the snooker table. I mean, you can kind of do it with the 9-foot, but the 9-foot, the pockets are still too forgiving. So, like things like your fundamentals and your stroke, they're not going to be as clean.
But you know what? I mean, these tables they play on now, like I think, like for the match room, the big tournaments now, they're a tough table. I mean,
4 1/4, yeah.
4-inch.
Or even 4 inch.
Yeah, like okay, and then the cloth is super fast. You know, you gotta learn to control that ball, the speed of the ball, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And for those guys, they usually, when they play on the table, like every so many days, they get new cloth again. So it's just fast cloth all the time.
yeah.
Skids and all that stuff too they got to deal with.
I mean, a lot of them top pro pool players, I mean, some of them do have a snooker background, you know.
Yeah.
I know Darren Appleton,
Yeah, he does.
he's got I think I heard him mention he has a high break of 145 in snooker. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's almost, you know, that's like close to a maximum. And I think Mika Immonen was also a top amateur snooker player in his day, switched to pool. You know, there's a few others. Chris Melling,
Yeah, he's an all-around player, that guy, though.
yeah. But then, you know, you get some of the say Filipino players, they might not have ever played snooker because I don't know if there is any snooker tables in the Philippines at all.
Well, just the height alone on the table makes it more challenging for the Filipinos because they're not very tall, right? So,
Right. But again, you should see Alex play.
yeah.
You know, like,
Well, that was an eye-opener for a lot of Filipinos here
Yeah.
in Winnipeg because when they seen him play, they're like, what? Filipinos can play this too?
yeah, like it's funny watching him play. He's a great player to watch, eh? He's very entertaining, and you know what? He'll get his snooker, and he's got his little 6-inch extension. He'll keep it in his back pocket. He'll be potting balls, and all of a sudden he'll just reach in his back pocket, put his 6-inch extension in, reach, pot the ball, put it back, you know. But he's a great snooker player.
For sure.
You know, he won the Canadian twice, right? He just basically jumped from a pool player onto the pool table onto the snooker table.
Yeah, what I like about him is his personality. Win or lose, he's got a good personality.
Oh, yeah.
Handles himself well.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I don't know if you remember this, but do you remember there was a World 9-ball championship where he played against Jason Shaw and he had that 9-ball to the pocket. It looked like it was a pretty standard shot, and he missed it. I still think he sold out because he had Shaw as his horse that event. He bought him out on a Calcutta.
I think so. I don't know. I'd never put that on him. I mean,
It's tough to say, but that 9-ball was so makeable, man.
Tough to say, but for me, I don't know. I don't know Alex very well. I've only met him a couple of times, but he's pretty much he's a pretty reputable guy from what I know, you know. So I don't know if I'd say that, but who knows, right?
That was that was what people were saying in that year when that happened. They were saying that because he was staking Jason Shaw, that's why they didn't take him out.
Well, funny, we should be maybe commenting on this, but this is, there is a match on YouTube. It's Buddy Hall and Mike LeBron. They're playing in the Challenge of Champions. And ever since that one tournament, the casinos stopped taking book on pool matches because it's an obvious dump. If you ever Google it, you'll see Buddy Hall miss about 3 shots in a row that are just so obvious that, you know, because what they did was, apparently, from what I've heard from the forums, I don't know, I'm just going on secondhand, but Mike LeBron was the long shot.
Yeah, he was.
So they all bet on Mike LeBron, and everybody that played him took a dump, apparently.
That's right. So that was the first time that pool was legally gambled in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And because of that scandal, they're not allowed to bet on it no more.
Yeah.
But you can bet on it if you're in the UK. You can bet on snooker and whatever else out there. Just not here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember that because it was a big scandal because like he was, I think it was like 32-1 to win. Like there was a super long shot.
Something like that, yeah. But it was, it's so funny to watch that match because, playing this day, like, come on.
Yeah.
And the acting that went with it, and then Mike LeBron wins and he jumps in the air. You know?
Somebody must have told them though, like, dude, you're gonna get a free ride here because we're making money off you.
Oh yeah, and they did. Apparently, I don't know. I just remember reading on a few forums what happened, right?
Yeah, scandals. But I mean, I think like billiards all together, there's always been some sort of scandal when it comes to gambling. I mean, if you look at snooker, they got all those Asian guys, all of them being suspended that one year. Now they suspended a couple more players this year.
Yeah.
So it's like an ongoing thing. But
Yeah.
if the money in the game was bigger, nobody would have to do those things. But they have to like find a way to make more money than they're making. I mean, some of those tournaments in the States, you're getting $10,000 for first place in the pool tournament, but in the Calcutta, you're getting like 50 grand,
Yeah.
right? So like, why not win the Calcutta?
Yeah. Okay, so what's the score? Is that
It was 32-1, and I was just waiting to see what he potted here.
yeah, we should maybe be focusing. This is will be the last frame we'll be streaming for the night. So
I missed one. He made one extra color that I didn't see.
okay, so let's try and
He's got 32, which is what I got here, to 1, yeah. So I got the right score, 32-1.
oy vey. Okay,
A little rattle now. The opponent's starting to play a little bit more in tune.
okay, so he can put him back, or he could just shoot from here. Yeah, so that's his one miss. You don't have to be hooked to call the 3 miss, right? It can just be from a situation like this where he's obviously in a tight situation and with
But he's going to try to hit it a little bit thicker now, which is going to maybe give him a chance at the Reds after. That's what he's hoping for.
there, he hit that one good.
Yeah, that was good. Definitely not what Donnie was expecting him to do.
Perfect shot, good shot, Donnie. So you see that, Donnie? They tap your you know, that's just a show of respect. You see different gestures from snooker players that you won't necessarily see from pool players, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Donnie, I know Donnie's played he's got a lot of experience playing in big events years ago. I know he traveled, I think, twice to play in the World Amateur,
Mm-hmm.
and he's also played in the Canadians, I don't know how many times. So he's a well-seasoned player, like you can see in his, he's got the great snooker etiquette. Look, he went back there and sat in his chair,
Mm-hmm.
You never hardly hear him complain about missing a shot or you know what I mean? It's just from being in those events, right? That's where you
I think snooker teaches that too, though, because so prior to me playing snooker back in 2018, I used to be kind of a shit. Every time like people play, I would get frustrated if I didn't run out or whatever. But then I started playing snooker, and I quickly realized that the anger was just no good. So then I started being more patient, and then that transpired into my 8-ball game. That year I finished first in the league, and I had more runouts than I ever had ever. And the reason why is because my mindset was different. I wasn't angry no more. If I missed, I just shook it off.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think the more you progress at snooker, you realize that those people that are very animated and like to yap and comment on shots, and they end up beating themselves, because their focus isn't really on the game. It's more, and if you get a top player, they're going to feed off of that. Okay, this guy's... he's worried about bad luck or he's complaining about this or that. Okay, Meanwhile, at the end of the day, sure, we all get bad rolls, but, you make your own luck, like, the better you're playing, the more time you put in, the more rolls you tend to get to, It's when you're not prepared, you have them, and then that's when you start, you're focusing on whether it is luck or not. You're going to think it's bad luck, but you won't remember the shots that you did get a good roll.
No, yeah. Well, and so like one feeds into the other, because like when it comes to life too, a lot of times we get dealt some bad situations, and we might feel like it's time to fall apart, and when you have this discipline from pool and snooker that teaches you how to get back on your feet after every mistake,
Yeah.
you take that into life, and suddenly life becomes a little different. Suddenly those battles I used to have all the time are no longer battles; they're just moments. And so that's the great thing about this game, is that it helps you out not just on the table but off the table as well.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Well, you know, I believe that, you know, pool as well, but snooker, it'll teach you about yourself.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Right.
if you're you know, calm and cool as a cucumber, and you're out there, and you know, but you know, if you're a little, you know, a little on edge, and this, you know, snooker will bring that out, you know, because it's just so many runs of the ball, and you know, a roller coaster of different things. Like it's an emotional game, right?
Very
To the
emotional.
higher level, because you know what, these guys here, they've both been practicing and playing, and you know, they all want to enter the tournament. They want to do well. You know, they want to go back to their families and say, hey, I got to the final of the Manitoba, or you know what I mean? Instead of, oh, I got in and I lost first round, right? So there's pressure on you to do well, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's not necessarily about winning all the money. It's just, you know, it's, you know, you put in time and effort. You want. It's nice to get results, right? No matter what you're doing, you know, you're going to the gym, you know, you're putting in time, you're dieting, you're you know, maybe have a trainer, and then, you know, everybody starts to notice, hey, you know, look at this guy, you know, well, it's the same here, right? You know, but if you're trying to cheat the game and not put in that time, and then expect to show up and get the results, well,
You won't. This game won't let you get away. You can do that in 8-ball and 9-ball, no problem.
yeah,
Like I can go 3 months without playing pool and go to a 9-ball tournament and win it.
Yeah.
I cannot do that in snooker. If I go 3 weeks without playing snooker and I go play snooker, I'm losing to everybody, no matter who it is.
well, hey, you know, like Mark Allen, okay, one of the best in the world. He says he practices every day.
Yeah.
Okay, if he takes a couple days off, he's lost.
Yeah.
And that's one of, well, mind you, his lost is, I'd take that lost any day, but for him, it'd be like the difference between losing first round in a pro tournament and you know, getting down there in the business end, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know, these guys, they put in, all of them top guys, they've been playing snooker their whole lives. A lot of them, that's all they've ever done. You know, they've been coached since they were juniors. You know, they played competitively since they were like 12 years old and up. So they're just used to how to prepare for a match, you know.
Well, so there's other things too. Like we were just talking about this earlier with one of the players here about when you get out to the table and practice, like you just feel so accomplished every time. You can have a really bad practice day on the snooker table, but if you put in that time still through all those frustrating moments, you feel satisfied. You feel like, you know, it was a good workout. I don't get that with the 9-foot table. I don't know why. Like I can put 5 hours on there, but I never feel like it was worth it unless I break it down to like specifics. Then I feel like I'm getting something out of it.
Ooh, he missed that one. I could tell he kind of got out of his routine there a bit with his cueing.
31, 32. So a 4-point difference between them. Another thing too is with the snooker. I don't know if it's this place, but with the snooker table, man, after an hour of practicing, I'm drenched. Like I'm just covered in sweat. It always feels like an exercise, man. He missed it good. He didn't leave anything there.
He didn't, you know, he's disappointed in himself. He knows he should have made that ball.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity for sure.
Yeah. But you got to remember, okay, like, you know, Donnie's 63 years old. Okay, Morrow's 55.
Oh, he missed that already.
You know, it takes stamina to play this game, you know, like...
Where's he down, man?
Well, sure, you know, and these guys we're both on their second match of the day, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Well, and then he had that one match where he was up 3-1 in frames and ended up going to the last frame and barely won it. So, like, he had a lot of exhaustion out of that matchup, but that's the one before this one.
Exactly. So, you know what? The stamina is, you know, like it's going to wear on you, right? Mental fatigue, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because, you know, there's,
That was the only reason I didn't choose to play in this event, because I was going to play in the event, but I said to myself, like, I can't handle playing back 4-hour matches.
yeah, it's
too
not
long.
easy to do, you know. I mean, for younger people, it might be you have an advantage in that,
Oh,
right?
for sure.
You know, but you're older, you know, your body's worn down a little bit, your eyes aren't as good, and your nervous system's, you know, not what it was, you know.
Well, I used to be able to put in 5 to 8 hours a day on the tables. Now I can only do up to 3 hours. Once I get to that 2.5-hour mark, I'm barely making the 3.
Yeah.
It just wears you down too much, and that's all age. I mean, that's why all those professional pool players and snooker players, why they do all that training all the time, physical training, because it's
Yeah.
you need that endurance, right? The stamina.
Well, yeah. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's a long distance runner, right?
Yeah,
You know, he's
he's passionate about that too, man.
yeah.
There's a bit of an opportunity here.
So here, Donnie,
Good chance to get on to the black off this red.
it's a good chance. He's got everything's in the open here. Here's a
Yeah.
chance. Okay, you got to jump on it now. Doesn't matter what happened before. It doesn't matter the shot you missed before. Here's your next chance at the table. Right?
Oh,
Oh,
it's gonna go the other
got it.
pocket.
See?
It works. It works. And well, he didn't get the shot on the black like you wanted to, but he's got a green. He's got a
Yeah,
nice
he
stun
can-
angle.
Yeah, he can make the green and get on. It's definitely makeable. But I don't know if he will. He's looking at the score and checking things out. He's looking at his safety, where he might want to put the cue ball in the back rail. See?
It's still over here. Check out the top angle here. That's not working right now either. Jeez.
Yeah, so he's gonna leave him maybe behind the brown. Again, I think he did pretty good. Or behind the blue, okay.
He missed it on the way up, but he got it.
But yeah, he hit that one really good. Look, he's got him snookered behind the black. He couldn't have asked for a better outcome than that.
Yeah. Plus the pink comes into play too.
Yeah. So we got another barn burner of a frame here. And I'm not surprised.
Hmm. Another thing about this game is that the reset, like at first, is so hard to get the reset, man. Because if you miss
Yeah.
a shot, it just gets into your brain.
Yeah.
But the more you play, the more you learn how to get rid of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the things I struggled with here is I've been working on, 'cause that's one of my bad habits is I tend to get, the negative thoughts in there when I start to get a few bad rolls, say in a row, like
Yeah.
I'll try to just, and I've been trying to work on that. But again, I had a few other things going on and I just let it get to my head. I let some noise in my head that I shouldn't have. I didn't have to, right? But again, it's, snooker. It's a tough game, right? Sometimes it can be fucking crazy. It can be cruel,
Yeah, no, that's the way it is. It'll drive you literally insane.
Yeah.
But then there's days that you wake up and everything is so perfect, and there's no better game in the world than snooker.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Oh, pardon my language, but yeah. This looks good. Nice. What a beautiful hit.
Yeah, that was nice, man. Nice little kick shot. Perfect onto the red. And moments like that are confidence boosters because you have reassurance in your game.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a little bit of a tricky situation here. because he's kind of right on top of that ball, and to get at it, he's got to. Okay,
Skip it on the ice side and let the cue ball roll, but he's got to miss that yellow ball.
okay, he's going to try thin it and come off 2 rails, I believe. Okay.
Oh.
Ay,
4 points bonus.
yeah, see, I mean, something like that. Who could have saw that coming?
Yeah.
Off 2 rails. In
So
the
that's
inside.
another thing about this game that stresses me out. You
Yeah.
try to make a ball in the pocket and it won't go in, but that white ball will find a way to go in the pocket.
Yeah. Like I was playing over here the other day, and I swear I had a couple safety shots I played, and for some reason, like I tried leaving the white on the back rail, like going towards the hole, but I didn't think it was going to go in the hole. Like, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
for some reason, I would go off in the pocket. Like, I don't know if there's an English billiard player alive who would have made that shot from
Yeah.
that angle.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like one of their common half ball hits. It was like a 80% hit that went in off. You know,
Oh, wow.
like it just strange.
You just had to hit it perfect for that.
Yeah, like, you know,
I see that he's marking the cue ball, so he doesn't want to hit this on the outside of the red. I guess he's trying to go on the inside of the red.
probably going to try and come off 2 rails. Try and stick the white right where the red is. Oh,
Oh,
maybe
okay.
not.
No, you got to get
He
hit.
might have
anyway.
tried. Okay, that's not bad. It's hard to tell how much room there was on the red off the rail there. Oh, look, he's got him.
Yeah, he got him pretty good.
These games can be nerve-wracking, you know, where it's back and forth. Whoever gets the rub of the ball here is going to have the advantage. Look at this. See? See, this is, you know, you're fighting, and the guy gets 2 or 3, you know, favorable leaves in a row, and then you get that shot, and then now this is what happens, right? It's kind of like, it'll drive you nuts, right?
Yeah. Well, so one thing, like in snooker, you have to understand, unless you're playing guys like Blake, you're going to get another shot. With
Well-
Blake, sometimes you'll get another shot too, but not too often.
Well, you know what? You're going to always get another shot. That's the thing with snooker, okay? It's not 9-ball where a guy can run consecutive racks on you, okay? Because it's alternate break. So you're always going to have another shot. Okay, a guy can come out and clear the table on you in snooker, but it's your break next, right? You can have a good break off, and then you can get in. And you don't necessarily have to run the table. You can run 40 and control the game.
That's another thing too. So when I first started playing snooker, man, and I leave a wide open table, I think, oh my God, I'm never getting back. But then I get back. And then the second year, I understood more about the game where you didn't have to go for 74 right at the hop. You could just make 16, then make another 16, and that's all you have to do is just small steps.
Yeah,
As long as you're controlling what you're relieving your opponent, right?
yeah.
That made me a better competitor altogether.
Yeah.
These guys are grinding, man. 40 to 48.
See, Morrow kind of let a golden opportunity there slip away because he had that red there. Now he's kind of giving it the advantage back to Donnie here, see?
Beautiful safety on that one.
But there, you know, so. Now, for me, after that whole sequence there, if Morrow were to come out somehow and kick that red, yellow and leave him tight, I mean, if I was in that chair there where Donnie is, I'd be fucking, oh, excuse my language, you know, I'd be going bonkers.
Just gonna miss it.
Yeah, so.
I'll get 4 for that one, which puts him at 52. You have the choice to put that ball back or shoot it where it lays, or put it back. Now, generally, when the snooker player gets hooked like this, they're trying to read where they're hitting so they can adjust left or right after the second.
Yeah, you generally take note of where you first hit the shot. And then if you miss a little, you would adjust, right?
He got it this time. Oh, he
No.
just missed it. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Really nice effort, though.
See, Donnie might shoot this yellow. Okay, what's the score? Sorry.
56 to 40. He's up 16, and there's 27
So
on the table.
he's going to take this on because, look, he's got a good chance.
He's got a
up-
good angle for the green,
yeah.
too.
He's up 16, so he needs the brown ball. Mind you, they're all wide open, but he right now he knows he just needs it to the brown to pinch the frame. But the pink's wide open too. So.
Uh-oh. Just going to miss it.
Oh, see, he got a little twitchy on that one again, eh? But you know what? Look at the experience. He's laughing it off. You know, he knows he's all he can do, right?
I can see some of it. And that's all he really has to do. If you put the ball where it is right now, like the green is, that's such a difficult shot. Most people can't pot this ball. They can just bounce it around. That's about it. And it's actually not that difficult to make the shot, but you have to have straight stroke for it.
Yeah.
I should have brought my snooker cue, man. I just figured I was so exhausted, there was no point.
Do you feel like jumping on the table, do you?
Yeah, well, after watching these guys play, yeah. I'm going to bring my cues tomorrow. What time is the final tomorrow?
12 noon.
12 noon, okay.
No, yesterday after playing that match I did, Rod, I had one of those days where I just had to go home and just, you know, fuck. It's really frustrating because I have been hitting the ball, you know, fairly good, practicing, and then to come out flat like that, and I didn't expect it because, you know, I really thought I didn't know thinking if I played great, but I honestly believed I was going to play a lot better than I did, right? But it just couple circumstances, and then, you know, I could think of 4 or 5 excuses, but I'm not going to go there. You know, it just wasn't my day, you know.
I ended up going to your brother's yesterday he had a gathering there.
Yeah, I heard something about that, yeah.
Stayed there for a while, then we went home to watch the Jets game.
Okay.
Oh, such a disappointing game. I mean, it was such a good game, but such a disappointing ending.
Yeah.
You can't even get mad at Shifley either, man, because he lost his dad, so everybody's like, you can't even get mad at him or criticize him.
Well, you know what? I didn't see the overtime, right? I didn't want to watch.
Yeah.
I had to go give a friend a ride, so I said, you know what? I'll just whatever the outcome is, I'll just accept it. But yeah, I didn't want to watch it. But you know, apparently he took a penalty.
Yeah, he did.
But every hockey player in the league would have taken the same penalty.
Yeah, because it was a breakaway.
Yeah, they don't just let the guy go. You know, they more confidence that they're gonna, if they take a penalty, that they'll leave it to their guys that are gonna kill off the penalty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no one's gonna hold that against them on his team, or they shouldn't anyway. This could get interesting.
15 points apart right now.
Okay, so now
11 points apart.
now he's got to get big ball to black wall. Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. See what I mean? See the momentum here? You made a couple good pots, and then you're left with that, and then look what happens, right?
This game is just, you know, the more you feel like you're in control, the more you got to be focused.
You know?
Because when you feel like you're having control and you're like, you're going to finish this, that's the moment you're going to miss. Every time.
Yeah.
They're working out the numbers over there. 63 is what I have. He's got 47. Yeah, and then 62. Go down one.
I don't got it on my
What's that?
the stream.
It should be on there. That one that we got, that's
Oh,
a
here.
live one, yeah. Oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Hmm. No, it's still going on this one. Yeah, they're both still going.
My phone's a little goofy.
Dan Ryder says, "Where's this? We're at Bourbon Street Billiards here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, 241 Vaughan Street to be exact."
Get the comments up there.
Huh? These are from a little bit earlier.
Okay,
Oh,
he's
wow.
got a good angle here. See how he comes back. Again, be mindful of that side pocket here. Oh, he's
So
got
10 points difference between them
stretch
now.
a little. This looks good.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, just a little tight. It slowed down just at the last second, but it was a nice shot.
You can drop it in, though. It's a do or die shot.
Yeah, and the thing
Either
is, you
make it
can't.
or leave it over the hole.
That's exactly it, because you can't, like, you're not going to shoot this fast. You're going to shoot this pocket weight.
Yeah.
It's either going in or you're selling out, one or the other. Oh, and he just made the pink too, so that puts him at 58. Money.
Wow, and there's no better feeling in the world after a frame like that than watching the black ball go in the hole.
Yeah, 65 to
Okay.
62, the final score. I kind of want to keep going, but they're averaging about 45 to an hour for each frame, so I'm going to call it a day.
I'm going to go head out to go for a nice bowl of pho soup. And
It was fun having you on here, though, and
yeah,
I'm glad that I came out to cover the event. We'll be back tomorrow again for the finals, which starts at 12 o'clock Central Time.
yeah.
And it's going to be the winner of this match against Blake Martel, who won the Manitoba last year.
Blake.
Oh, so he's returning champion.
Yeah, Blake's the two-time defending champion. So, see you, Dave. So, yeah, so Blake's in the final again. And again, can't take anything away from Blake. The guy, he's the most dedicated snooker player we have here.
Yeah.
He's got a lot going for him. He's young. He's,
I like his mentality at the table.
Yeah.
He doesn't break down, doesn't get overwhelmed when things go wrong. Like he shows a little bit of like distress, but it's very small compared to what
Yeah.
other players feel.
And you never ever see him try and act out of place or act,
No. He doesn't go for like big shots to show off either.
No,
Like he's
he's-
very balanced.
he's very, and he's been traveling around Canada playing this game on his own dime. He just loves this game, and he takes his wins and his losses in stride, right?
Yeah.
I never seen him get too when he takes it. I've seen him take a couple tough losses. He just kind of, you can see he's a little disappointed, but he
He's a gentleman about it.
takes it in
Yeah.
stride.
Still shakes hands, still talks, still jokes around a little bit.
Yeah, realizes it's not every day is going to be his, but
I think that's what this game is good for those little things, because it teaches you a lot more about like how the game is.
Yeah.
Every day is different, and like when it's good, it's good. When it's not, it's okay.
yeah.
Right.
Well, you know what? From what I've seen, there's a few guys around that got very good etiquette for this game. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Kerry Chapaya, Blake, Donnie. I like what Morrow does, how he conducts himself. They get it right. It's you don't hear them complain. They got this guy's getting lucky. This guy, blah blah blah.
Yeah, they're pretty. How they handle themselves is representing our province whenever they
Yeah.
play. So whether that's on the stream or against somebody else that comes into town, or where they go out of town to play in events,
Yeah,
it all talks volumes about how the players conduct themselves here in Manitoba.
yeah, for sure it does. You know.
And believe it or not, there's a lot of players in Manitoba that take a lot of pride into how they represent their province when they're out there.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
But there's a lot of people out there that don't have any sense of anything, and they make us
Well-
look bad too. But that's in every province, so you know.
Well, you know what? We got a little bit of everything here too, right? So
Yeah.
let's, I'm not going to point any fingers. Everybody has a bad moment or day too, and they maybe overreact to something. I am no exception.
It's all emotions of the game, man. One
Yeah.
thing that nobody ever talks about. When you learn to play pool and snooker and you grow up in the years, like nobody ever tells you about the emotional side. And they all watch you go through the emotional side, but
Yeah.
nobody will tell you about it.
Yeah.
But it's a big fact of the game. I mean, once you take skill out of it because you learned it, and you take that mastering level because now you adapt to it, it
Yeah.
all becomes mental, right? And
Yeah.
it's how you handle yourself.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking to Donnie quite a bit, and every good top player out there today knows what it's like to get out in a tournament and struggle and not have your A game, right? They know that feeling where they're like, so when they see another good player out there who's not on his game and he's struggling and things aren't going his way, you kind of feel for the guy, right?
Yeah.
But it's usually the players who've never been in those situations that'll look and say, oh, that guy's no good.
Yeah.
Well, everybody has everybody's putting themselves out there and win or lose. They entered the tournament. They're trying their best. They all want to get results, But at the end of the day, there's only one guy that wins the tournament.
Yeah.
Right?
And I don't know. I feel like snooker's a little bit more consistent than pool, because in pool, like every week you'll find that somebody else wins a tournament, and every now and then a guy will repeat.
Yeah.
But in snooker, like the guy that usually wins is usually in the money, is usually in the finals, usually in the semifinals.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't deter because the skill level is that consistent.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's going to wrap it up for today, guys. We're going to call it a day because I'm going to start getting into this match right away, and then I'm going to want to keep streaming. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, man. Yeah, so that's going to be it for today. I hope you guys tune in to watch the championship tomorrow. It's going to start at noon, 12 Central, and it's going to be an awesome matchup, man. It's a best of 7 or a race to 4 in pool terms. And Blake Martel and the hot seat waiting for the winner of this match, which we're going to find out tomorrow who the winner of that match is going to be. At the moment, they're tied at 2, and this would be a great time for me to stay here. But it's a long day. I've been here since just before 10. And well, we got to get going because I got to come back tomorrow for the finals. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for liking and watching the stream, those of you that did. I don't know if you guys got to watch that highlight, but I'll have the highlight tomorrow from the Central Canadian Championships, which happened back in February. You'll have a chance to check out those highlights tomorrow. And you'll also have a chance to check out the finals tomorrow, which is going to be very exciting. The 2025 Manitoba Provincial Snooker Championships going down tomorrow. And I'm telling you, you're going to want to tune in and watch it. There's only one match. It could be a 3-hour match. It could be a 4-hour match. But it's just one match. There's no double dip. Winner wins. Very exciting stuff, man. I'm telling you. Come check it out. Shout out to one of my sponsors, Mechanic Auto Repair Service, located in St. Andrews, Manitoba at 1012 List Road. Give them a call at 204-229-6691 if you're looking to get some good quality service. And myself, if you guys want to add me or follow me on Facebook, you can find me, or on the YouTube, sorry, you can find me on the Arriagada/CSLMANITOBA. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Great way to support the work that I do. I know I've been a little bit quiet with the pool stuff lately, but it's just temporary, man. I've got life going on, you know. I'm going to get to it soon, though, I promise. All right, so that's it for now, and we'll check out the last highlight. It was a great reply on a kick shot from Donnie. All right, and I think that was everything. Yeah, that's it. Pool wisdom, or I guess in this case, snooker wisdom. The more you sweat in practice, the less you bleed in battle. What that means is that you're supposed to go out there and work on your game, and work on your game so hard that whenever you go play in any kind of event, any tournament, or any matchup, you will have your best game on you, and you will not be the player that gets defeated. Well, maybe you will, because the other guy's working on his game too. But basically, that's what it means, is the more time you put on the table working on your game, the less you're going to bleed when you're out there playing the game. And it's a process, man. It's not easy. It never is. But if you believe in yourself, and you believe in the process, and you follow through, well, you'll get to where you're supposed to be, which is becoming the champion within. All right, and that's it for today. We will see you guys at the tables next time, which is going to be tomorrow for the championship match in this 2025 Manitoba Provincial Snooker Championships. My name is Rod Arriagada. If you guys want to add me or follow me on Facebook, you have to find me under Rod Arriagada space Q Sports Live, one word, space Manitoba. I know I'm going to change that soon. And on YouTube, you can find me under Rod Arriagada / CSL Manitoba, which CSL stands for Q Sports Live Manitoba. And speaking of Q Sports Live Manitoba, if you got anything going down, maybe you want to hire me to come out and cover your event, you can message me, cslmanitoba@gmail.com. That's the best way to get a hold of me, or via Facebook. Same thing if you have any events coming up, you got posters you want to advertise, even if it's not pool or snooker related, let me know. I will advertise it. I mean, I cover everything: sporting events, cornhole, basketball, pool, snooker, concerts, mud bogs, snow drag races. There's so much stuff that I cover. Let me know how it is that I can help you out, and I promise you I'll give you the best that I got every time you call me. All right? And that's going to be it for now. So, hasta la vista, muchacho. We'll see you guys at the tables tomorrow for the championship match in the 2025 Manitoba Provincial Snooker Championships. It's going to be exciting, man, I promise. Until then, have a good night, everyone. Well, wait. I'm going to make sure there's any comments here before I go. No, we're good on YouTube. And looks like we're good on Facebook, except for John Cook. Sorry I missed you. It's okay, John. You can come back in tomorrow. We'll have a match starting at 12 o'clock tomorrow. It is currently 7 o'clock, so whatever time it is over there, right now it's 7 o'clock p.m. Tomorrow it's 12 p.m. our time. So whatever time it is there, 12 p.m. our time. It's 7 o'clock right now. Tune in to watch the final. I promise you, you won't regret it. It's going to be a really good time. All right, I'm out of here, man. I think that's it, right? I'm out of here, baby. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the rest of your night. Have a great time, guys. See you tomorrow. Cheers. Oh, and by the way, thank you for liking the stream. If you guys shared the stream, thank you for sharing the stream. And those of you that subscribed to the YouTube channel today, I truly appreciate you. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, man. I'm almost there. It's like another 430 subscribers, and I'm there. Help me out. Subscribe to the channel. Yep. I promise you, you won't regret it. And every time that I tune in, you can enjoy whatever it is that I'm doing. And I do a lot of different stuff, not just pool and snooker. You'll see. All right. We're out of here. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Cheers.